They were outclassed. Pittsburgh was outclassed. Although Pittsburgh doesn't fumble, I don't know how. I mean, I don't think they win, but
Yeah, it would have been interesting. They were at least going to get a field goal there, cut it to 4, but might have gone in, tied it.
one of the great texts we got yesterday of all time. Man, the Dolphins are consistent.
Yep.
Yes, they are, sir.
Shame, too, because their defense played great. For them, that's about as well as their defense can play. What, they give up like 200 yards?
Mm-hmm.
Morning, everybody. Paul channeling his inner Bill Parcells this morning.
Yeah, I don't think there. Well, we could have a few overreactions today, like the Lions suck. Paul is in mourning. She's not in here yet. No capital letters. Easy, ambient. Your quarterback threw 3 picks. You played Indianapolis.
Oh, ambient. My God. Come on. Jonathan Taylor gift wrapped you. Bo Nix was terrible. Take the win. Thank the Colts. You should send the Colts a gift. But hey, you're in the playoffs, baby. It'd be almost impossible for you guys to miss it now. Baker in the Bucks, EB? Are you like Elton John, Benny and the Jets? Baker, 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 Baker in the Bucks.
Somebody got some sleep last night.
Not enough. I'll have a power nap today, but I've been trying to take care of myself. Yeah, ambient. Yeah. They wouldn't have had to throw a pass the rest of the game if Taylor just scores. It would have been up 20-7.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Overreaction Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Now let's get started. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. How was your weekend, Mark?
My weekend was, I had a good Sunday. I had an interesting Saturday, David. We did something that I was against, but I was outvoted on.
Well,
and by outvoted on, it was a 1-to-1 vote.
Right. And
the wife's one carries much more power in the household than I have.
Right. She politely says it's 51%, but we all know.
And my 10-year-old daughter, who is on a gymnastics team, was promised if she made said gymnastics team, she would get a phone.
Huh.
And so we looked at different phones. There's different things out there you can get for kids that don't have a lot of internet. And we were both due for a new phone. So I said, let's at least go to the phone store. We need new phones. Let's get her a new phone. Let's do the whole thing.
Sure.
Swoop.
Boy, you went 10 days before Christmas. You went to a phone store.
It was the store itself was not busy. I was stunned.
I am as well.
But it took us 3 hours from start to finish. I went with the intention of getting back home for the start of the Army-Navy game. By the time I got in the car, it was 14-0 Navy. 3 hours at the Verizon store. And the Verizon people did a fantastic. I have nothing bad to say about anything they did.
No.
But you know how many passwords you got to remember and this and that. Oh my goodness gracious. But we've got new phones.
Hey.
Technology is here.
That's fantastic. All right.
So Saturday was a long, tenuous day.
Gotcha.
That has made the daughter as happy as she will ever be, because that was her Christmas present from mom and dad. Came a little early.
So that's it then. Nothing under the tree.
And Santa may show up with something. The big guy may bring us something or two, but we're not giving her a damn thing.
Okay.
And by not giving her a damn thing, I'm sure there are at least 10 other things that'll be under the tree.
Right. Once again, the 5149. I'm sure the 51 has plenty of stuff under the tree. So listen, the big question, which many people want to know, on Friday, you threw down a challenge. Okay. You were going to take on said 51%. And you were going to see whether or not you could stage a rare victory. You were going to try, since we had multiple good 425 games, and we really had 4 very meaningful 425 games, but we had the big 2. We had the Lions and the Bills, and we had the Steelers and the Eagles. And your wife, proud to be from Pittsburgh, loves everything Pittsburgh. That, of course, covers the Steelers. And you, born in Michigan, intrigued by the best Lions team of your lifetime. And let's face it, the Lions and Bills figured to be a fun game. More fun than the Eagles and the Steelers. There's going to be more defense played in Philadelphia than there was going to be in Detroit.
No doubt.
And
I was going to go for the volume of
Yes.
the Bills-Lions game on the main TV. For those that don't know, there's 2 TVs in the living room. Both games were going to be on. In fact, a third TV was brought out to make sure I could have the Bucs game on live so I could watch all 3 games simultaneously.
But
and
only
David,
one gets the volume.
And David, I want to let every man know out there that it can be done. That opportunity presents itself.
No.
And sometimes you have to take advantage.
No.
But David, I had the volume on the TV that I wanted.
Yes! All right. Way to go, Mark.
She was busy doing whatever it was she was doing, and she sat down about 3 minutes into the game and never even uttered a word. Never said a thing, just started watching her game. And I was like, I'll be damned, I won this. And I didn't even meet any resistance. I thought for sure I would have to lobby and say, hey, honey, this is just a bigger game. It's a Super Bowl preview and yada, yada, yada. But no, she just sat down and watched her team play without volume and was content doing so.
Well, you know why? She had her phone. But that's okay. Take the win. That's big win. That's a big win.
Right there. That's a W.
Yeah. As DC says, I'm a man. I control the remote.
Until she wants to control the remote, and you don't anymore.
So, but good way to go. Well done, Mark. Well done. All right. I had to figure that one out. Hey, so what do you say we have Chris Perkins on Wednesday, and then there's really no need to have Chris on anymore. I mean, it's the same 12 minutes for the rest of the year, right? I mean, is there anything new with the Dolphins we need to talk about after we talk to them on Wednesday?
No, David. We got a text that I think is one of the best, simplest, most well-written texts that we've ever received on the show. By my count, it was right after the Dolphins game ended yesterday.
Uh-huh.
To which the texter said, man, the Dolphins are consistent. Yes, they are, sir.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
And although I will say the final result was predictable, but the way it came about was not. I mean, you and I both took the Texans. We laid the points. We laid the gauntlet down at the feet of the Dolphins and said, prove us wrong. Enough talk. Do it. Beat a good team on the road. We dare you. You know, want to date ourselves? Okay, and it drove your dad crazy? Go back 50 years. Robert Conrad, the batteries on the shoulders. Yeah, here, I dare you. All right? It's being on the Johnny Carson show in which they say, I dare you, and all of a sudden you get hit by 3 pies. Okay, I dare you. I dare you, Dolphins. Prove us wrong. Well, Mark, if I had told you they were going to hold the Texans to 181 yards. Ruh-roh. Uh-oh. I think they're going to win. 181 yards? They're going to hold the Texans to 181 yards? Damn. They're going to do what they did in Los Angeles. They're going to go beat the Rams. They're going to go beat the Texans. I'll be darned. And Tua said, no, not today. Not today. I know I've played all these games without turning the ball over, but today I feel like turning the ball over.
Few sacks, few turnovers, and Miami's fate has been sealed for yet another year.
Yeah, pretty much. Difficult to imagine. You know, Dolphins in that grouping of 2 down with 3 to play and needing, a lot of stuff to happen that we don't think will happen. So, there you go. So that was fun. That was fun. That was another year come and gone, and off season and hype and this, that, and the other thing. And so that was good. That was fun. Yeah.
Wow, that's not a word I would, and I'm, you can pick whatever words you want, but this Dolphin season and fun.
Well, I'm being sarcastic.
No, I know. It's it's
right.
tough to hear fun and Dolphins because, well,
we are the Miami Dolphins, underachieving yet again. We're the Miami Dolphins, drafting somewhere in the teens. Okay.
So there it is. Another year for the Miami Dolphins. And this year, you don't have to worry about losing a first-round playoff game because you will not qualify for the postseason.
Right. Just think of the advantages. Season's over before Christmas. Yeah, you can make your plans accordingly. Tell you what, though. Is Roy Cummings glass half full enough when talking about the Tampa Bay Bucks?
What a performance yesterday by Tampa Bay. What a second half by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Trailing going to halftime and come out and dominate on the road in the second half. All phases of the game, they were terrific.
They scored 30 points in a row on a Chargers team that had only given up 30 points once all year. I mean, they kicked the Chargers. Kicked them. Nobody had kicked the Chargers the way Tampa Bay did yesterday.
No. And Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield showing that combination of why it has been so damn good since Baker's taken over as a starting quarterback in Tampa.
You think Baker and Mike were having dinner Saturday night, and Baker looked at the stats and said, "Hey, don't you have some streak?" Evans like, yeah, I've 1,000-yard seasons. I've had 10 in a row to start my career, but I'm not going to get it this year because, I was injured. I missed basically 5 games. And Baker said, "Oh, I don't know. You're about 405 yards away with 4 games to go. What do you say?" Mike's like, "Well, you're going to have to feed me the ball." Baker's like, "Not a problem." And so, what, they have about 160 yards passing yesterday, something like that, between the two of them?
Sounds about right. Plus 150, I know that.
And a couple touchdowns. Bada bing, bada boom. And now all of a sudden it's like, come on, 80 yards a game for 3 more games. I can extend that streak to 11 there, big fella.
And David, I don't know if you noticed it because I don't know how much of that game you listened to, because as the second half of the other games were going on, and I kept kind of tuning into that here and there. And also when they showed highlights, the other announcers and the people in the network, first ballot Hall of Famer Mike Evans was said at least 3 times by 3 different people yesterday.
Oh, that's it. No. No. We're at the front of that line. We're driving that train. No. Get in the back. No. For 3 years, we've been telling you he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and you've all laughed. You've mocked. You've poo-pooed. Oh, he's a good player, but he's not that good. Yeah, go. Get in the back. Not getting in the front of this car. No, you're going back where it's crowded.
Well, I don't know how crowded it is, but for the first time, the bus started filling up with the Mike Evans Hall of Fame train, and that was a good thing to see.
All right, all aboard, but get in the back. Don't get near us in the front. We want our room.
It's first class up here. I demand a drink and some leg room.
I don't know, it was first class. It was pretty lonely, I'll tell you that. You know what? We got used to it. Well, now we want it that way. So there. Miller and Moulton, the starting 5 in 25 minutes. Thanks for listening.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
This Christmas season, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District offer the lowest prices anywhere on GIA certified diamonds and beautiful diamond jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, estate jewelry, and colored gemstone jewelry. Plus, receive 23% off all diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets. Come see why more people will unwrap gifts from the Diamond District this Christmas than any other jeweler in Southwest Florida. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Baker was terrific yesterday. And Jamal Dean was excellent. They were very aggressive yesterday. But they should be, because the Chargers don't have any weapons that scare you. You should attack the Chargers. Yeah. I think he realized, Tim, this is one of the few teams in the league we can go man with, even with all our injuries in the secondary. I know there are a lot of people. I know. Do you think it's angry Cleveland fans that are really angry with their own organization because they bailed on him after one injury-plagued year? But, he may not have, he even said, I was immature in Cleveland. I mean, maybe he needed to go through some of this to grow up, but he would have been the perfect quarterback for Cleveland. His personality would have fit the personality of the fan base. That was a big mistake. Well, ambient, they need two more weapons. I mean, the Broncos need more weaponry for Knicks, but I mean, it was late third quarter. He had 66 yards passing and 3 interceptions. I mean, he was bad yesterday. The Colts gift wrapped you a game. Totally. But I mean, enough with the Knicks talk. I mean, seriously, biggest game of the year coming off a bye against not a formidable defense. He looked bad. And so he's a rookie quarterback. He's doing a good job. And just pump the brakes. Let's give him a few years. Miami didn't have Tua also, though, when they played the Colts. Although they had yesterday's Tua. Thank you, Fitz from Naples.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's normally just us on Monday, and that's the theme we're going to stick with today. By the way, we're doing shows on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. The only 2 shows we're not doing is Christmas and New Year's. And by we're doing shows on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, it means Mark's doing them with a special guest.
Seth Everett will join me for Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, or Hanukkah Eve and New Year's Eve, depending on how you want to spell it out.
So Mark is kind enough, because I could have done Christmas Eve, but it would have meant would have been doing it from Green Bay, and I would have got home, I don't know, 10, 11 o'clock at night, Christmas Eve night. And Mark said, come on, get back, be with your family. I went, really? So I'm going to be able to get out of Dodge first thing in the morning, get home lunchtime. So thank you, Mark. So, but we're on the air. We only have 2 best ofs over the next couple of weeks. That's the big day, and then the other big day. That's it. So Miller and Moulton.
It's a working holiday for some of us.
Right.
Thanksgiving's when we get days off around here.
Yep. Miller and Moulton. No staff, no time off.
That's the way it rolls.
Another slogan for the T-shirt there.
I like it.
Hey, I don't want to, just toot my own horn or anything, but I had a really good weekend. I mean, like 6-2, and that's with getting Army Navy wrong. Let me tell you, that was nippy. That was colder than it looked. That in the 30s, and the breeze was cool. That was nippy. Hey, a little behind the scenes, because we haven't talked about this. So, because we spent a little bit of time on this leading up to the game. So for those that want to know, President-elect Trump's booth was directly next to ours. We are on the 45-yard line. And if you were watching the game, we were on the 45-yard line that was just to the left of midfield. So the suite he was in, that's the owner's suite. That's the 50-yard line suite. All right. However, the way that stadium is constructed, there is a wall that separates the owner's suites and all the suites that go to the right of the screen from all the suites that go to the left of the screen, if you will. So we had, even though he was could have knocked on the wall, no interaction whatsoever with President-elect Trump, any of his guests, the Secret Service, nothing. There was a big room behind us where you could eat. There's a ton of terrific food, high-end food for all the suite holders and what have you. You had to then walk through a door, which was guarded. You could not get through that door. And then walk down a corridor to get to that side of the suites. And obviously they weren't letting anybody do that. The other thing, Mark, that the Secret Service did was there was glass. And I think it was more like plexiglass that separated our booth from that booth. Well, yeah, that doesn't suffice. So the day before, they replaced that with a bulletproof glass.
Would make sense.
Yeah. And then they spray painted it also. We couldn't see a thing. So, we had to wait for us to put them on camera, for us to see what was going on in the booth, just like anybody else. So absolutely no interaction for those that wanted to know and what have you. No interaction with the president-elect or the people in his box. Urban Meyer was in the box, as it turned out. I didn't know that.
In Trump's box?
Yeah. Urban Meyer was in the box. Yeah.
Trump likes consistent winners.
Well.
And Urban's last go-around wasn't very good.
Oh, what are you talking about? It wasn't very good. First off, he went 7-0 against Michigan. Okay, I think his worst season was like 9-3.
In Jacksonville.
Oh, yeah, but see,
He was
Trump.
in Jacksonville. His last spot was in Jacksonville.
Well, that's true. See, I'm kind of blocking that out. That's like
Yeah,
Lou
you're
Holtz's,
blocking out his last spot.
right. Well, it's like, does anybody remember Lou Holtz's year with the Jets? No, we only talk about what he did in college. So, yeah. And plus, also, I mean, Trump didn't pay attention to that. Trump's just thinking about when he was president. Okay, what Urban was doing and what have you. He's not counting the Biden years.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, that's one of because I saw a picture and I went, that's herbs. Look at that. So there you go. I'll bet there was great food in that box, man.
Or they just catered McDonald's. You never know.
Well, that's true. Which for me, man,
I was going to say it might have been totally your box.
Nothing quarter pounders with cheese and Whoppers. Are you serious? Oh my goodness, it's fantastic. So Miller and Moulton on this overreaction Monday. You concerned about the Lions?
Oh, I've been concerned about the Lions for 3 weeks. I may be the only one. Every time I ask Pat, is this defense going to be able to hold on? And it was horrendous yesterday. They got a few guys back, and it was horrendous.
Yeah, and then they got 2 more guys hurt.
Right.
And Dan Hampton said afterwards, not Hampton, but he said afterwards, McNeil and Davis likely out for the year.
So I'm very concerned. I don't know how you cannot be with the Detroit Lion defense. They've been giving up a lot of points and a lot of yards to teams that weren't very good. Now they played an upper echelon team, and Buffalo did whatever they wanted yesterday. Whatever they wanted.
They did.
You want to run the ball, you want the quarterback to run the ball. You want to throw the ball, you want to throw it to receivers, you want to throw it to backs, whatever you want to do. Tight ends, they're all open.
Listen, I don't want to say Josh Allen's having a good year, but Joe Burrow's having the best statistical year of his life, and Lamar Jackson may be having the best statistical year of his life, and he's already won 2 MVPs. But can we just give Josh Allen the MVP now? I mean, come on, that baby's over, right?
With yesterday, even though the Eagles won, Saquon got hurt in the game. He ended up with 64 yards total for the game. Saquon needed to have every game a performance equal to or better than Josh Allen to stay in the conversation. And yesterday, I think he left the conversation, David.
Which is funny for a team that's now tied for the best record in the NFC and has won, 10 in a row? But, man, Josh Allen's having a year. With others having a year. I mean, Burrow, Lamar, Saquon. I mean, Saquon can still get 2,000 yards. I mean, he needed to average like $1.25 a game for his final 4 games to break Dickerson's record. But he could still get 2,000 yards. And, there haven't been 10 guys that get 2,000 yards. I think there's only been like 6. I mean, that's a remarkable season in and of itself.
It is, but in a league where we like to give these awards to quarterbacks, I think Josh Allen cemented his MVP candidacy yesterday in Detroit.
This is how strange sports can be. Do you know that Jared Goff won a game this year where he threw 5 interceptions?
Yes, I do.
And he lost a game yesterday when he threw 5 touchdowns.
And for what? Damn near 500 yards.
Right. And like 65% completion percentage, and he's another one normal year. He'd probably win MVP. This year he's hoping to be top 5.
And he is going to have to continue to play that way because the only thing going for Detroit is their ability to score. And they're going to have to outscore their opponents to hang on and try to close out this 1 seed. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is next. We thank you so much for listening on this Overreaction Monday.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The odds are we're probably going to lose Diamond District for 2025. Oh, whoops. The odds are we're going to lose Diamond District for 2025. They've hired an agency, and I wonder how we're going to be able to keep that relationship.
Oh, that's stupid on their part. Hell, I can make the argument they spend more money. With our numbers?
I'm just telling you, they're asking for adults 35-64 and adults this, and we're not going to compete.
Well, I mean, they are the owners. And they can also say to the agency, not only that, you and I know what they're spending. But and the funny thing is, they started advertising with us because of an agency. This room took me like 10 minutes to figure out yesterday. I couldn't get any of the lights on. I had to unplug a light from a certain part of the room, move it over, put it on the desk. At least I'm at the end of the hall next to the stairwell. And the little desk area is kind of in the middle of the room. I got a wall in front of me, so I feel like I can let it rip. Stayed at the Conrad in DC, which is, I guess, the high-end Hilton, named after Conrad Hilton. I've stayed at them in New York and Vegas. This one probably the highest end of the 3. It was one of those where you get in the elevator on one floor, you have to go to another, get off, walk around to get on the elevators to go to your rooms. That's like the Intercontinental in LA. Ugh. It's tough if you're runk. A couple of these hotels, you get runk, it could be a problem. Bears, Vikings. Pius. Where the Bears lost 7 in a row?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
At 22 minutes before the hour, top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Hope you had a great weekend. Second to last one before the big fella makes his yearly appearance. A lot of football over the weekend. 2 games tonight. Heck, I hope between the two we get one decent one. Because they're not the sexiest of matchups. Meaningful, but not the sexiest. We'll get to that in a moment on this Overreaction Monday. It is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
How about them Tampa Bay Bucks? Huh? See, they lost 4 in a row. They got all banged up. They were tired. Needed a bye week. You know, it's like Bull Durham, Mark. You know what we need? We need a rain out. Oh, I can get you a rain out. That's what the Bucks needed. Bucks needed a rain out. They got one. Came back. I don't want to say they're getting healthier because some places they're not. But anyway, they're back winning, though. After losing 4 in a row, they've won 4 in a row. They just went on the road, beat a good team. Hell, they pounded them. Scored 30 unanswered. Bucks.
It had to stink for all those Dolphin fans that watched the first game and then, watched the Bucks because it was what was on.
Right.
And then seeing the Bucks beat a good team after they lost to a good team again.
Right. On the road. Right. Well, one organization's gone to the playoffs 4 straight years and won 3 straight division titles. And they've won playoff games 3 of those 4 years. And the other organization's Dolphins. Tampa Bay's 8-6. They're going to be in first no matter what. After the 40-17 win over the Chargers, Baker Mayfield 4 touchdowns, 2 of them to Mike Evans. Some people now thinking Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer. Huh. I don't know. Speaking of the Dolphins, yeah, they went on the road, played a good team, so we knew what was going to happen. It was just a matter of the final score, and the final score turned out to be 20-12. Congratulations to the Houston Texans. They are now the 3rd team to clinch their division, right? You got the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Texans now who have clinched division titles so far this year. Houston 20-12 over Miami, Tua with 3 interceptions. Dolphins defense played its best game of the year, played about as well as they are capable of playing. Gave up 181 total yards to a good team on the road coming off their bye week. And 2 in the offense made sure, we ain't going to win today. No way.
Tua was bad.
Yeah, he was. He
Two of those interceptions were bad interceptions.
Yes. By the way, I have a question. Anybody seen Tyreek Hill? Anybody at the mall? Okay, on a reality TV show? Okay, I mean, anywhere. Out at a restaurant? Anybody seen Tyreek Hill? Anybody? I mean, hell, if he's going to be this invisible, might as well get rid of him. I mean, I don't know what his final line was yesterday, but
2 for 36, David.
I mean, this guy was a serious MVP candidate last year. He is missing in action. You know, Miami, MIA. See what I did there? Dolphins are 6-8. They're 2 games behind the Chargers, who hold down the final playoff spot at 8-6. And, you know, mathematically they're alive, but we all know what has to happen, and it's not going to happen. The Jets, Aaron Rodgers turned back the clock, at least in the second half, fourth quarter yesterday in Jacksonville. And not only that, he did it with his buddy Devontae. He just said, hey, enough of this crap. How about if I just throw it to you the rest of the game? Devontae said, that works for me. And next thing you know, a whole bunch of yards and touchdowns later, the Jets beat the Jags 32-25. Jags fall to 3-11. Game of the day in Detroit. Josh Allen, 4 touchdowns. Bills, kind of Heisman the Lions. Game not as close as the final score of 48-42 because the Lions scored with like 20 seconds left and nearly recovered the onside kick.
After kicking an onside kick with 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter, down 10.
Yes. I should have kicked it deep there.
You think?
Because even a field goal by the Bills, you know, you're down 13. It's still, yeah. Anyway, Bills are 11-3. They're the 2 seed right now in the AFC. The Lions fall to 12-2. It snaps their 11-game winning streak. However, they're still the 1 seed in the NFC. They have a better conference record than the Eagles. And even if the Vikings win today, they have A, better conference record than the Vikings, B, a better division record than the Vikings, and C, they've beaten the Vikings head-to-head. What yesterday's loss did, however, for the Vikings now know if they win out, they'll win the North. Because final game of the year, Minnesota at Detroit. A couple of those Week 18 games, Seattle at the Rams, Minnesota at Detroit. Could be fun. The Eagles, they won their 10th in a row. They handled the Steelers 27-13. There was a moment there where Pittsburgh was getting back in it. They were down 7. They were driving. They were inside the 30. And Najee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just pitched it right to him, and he just said, well, I don't want this. And he fumbled it, and Eagles recovered, and basically the game was over after that. 27-13 Philly. Pittsburgh still in first. They're the 3 seed at 10-4, a game ahead of the Ravens, and those two will play here coming up, I think, on the weekend. So got that going for you, which is nice. Crazy one in New Orleans. Officials totally screwed up and nearly cost the Commanders the game. It's 20-13. New Orleans completes a pass with 9 seconds to go. They have no timeouts. The pass was completed inbounds, and for whatever reason, the side judge comes in and stops the clock for 4 seconds. It allows the Saints to line up and down the ball with time still on the clock so that they could run one more play. They score on that play to cut it to 20-19, and they decide, hell, we're 5-8. Let's go for the win. So instead of the Commanders cruising to their 9th win of the year, they had to stop the 2-point conversion to keep the officials from literally costing a team a game because the clock never should have stopped. And the officials admitted that after the game. Commanders stopped the Saints and won 20-19. They're 9-5. There you go. Best record through 14 games since 1992. Green Bay took care of Seattle last night 30-13 to win their 10th game of the year. They knocked the Seahawks out of first in the West because while they're 8-6 and so are the Rams beat them. So the Rams have the tiebreaker right now. Jordan Love with 2 touchdowns. Geno Smith hurt his knee in the third quarter, did not return. All right, they're concerned about it. Speaking of concern, the Chiefs are concerned about Mahomes. Had to leave the game because of left ankle injury. Even Mahomes said, I don't know if I'll be able to play on Saturday.
Now, he did try to act as if he wanted to come back in the game yesterday.
Right.
But you know the way these ankle things are. They're going to get worse, not better immediately.
Totally. Going to swell up like a melon. But the Chiefs are 13-1. They beat the Browns at 6 turnovers. Did I see that right? 6 turnovers at Cleveland?
Right off the bat, first punt they muffed. Jameis threw 3 picks. So, yeah, it was a rough day for the Browns.
And got worse because Nick Chubb broke a foot, so he's out for the year. Lamar threw 5 touchdowns. The Ravens not only beat the Giants, let's face it, the only mystery was were they going to cover 16.5, and they did, 35-14. Giants have lost 10 in a row, or 9 in a row, I'm sorry. Ties a franchise record. The franchise is 100 years old. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Another banner, by the way, Mark, did you see that? Another banner over the stadium? Okay. Mr. Mara, we're not going to stop till you fire everyone. That's what the banner said. I love it. Denver in a showdown with the Colts. See, Indy's up 13-7. Jonathan Taylor's going in untouched for a 40-something-yard touchdown run. And he decides to showboat near the goal line, and he flips the ball. There's only one problem. He hadn't crossed the goal line yet. Ends up being a touchback. Broncos say, we'll take that gift, and we'll run from here. Then Richardson throws a pick 6, or not Richardson, but it was a lateral back to Richardson and pick 6. And Denver 31-13. The Broncos all but clinch a playoff spot, and the Colts are all but done. Arizona snapped a 3-game skid. They beat New England 30-17. Dallas, Mark, you called it. Cowboys on the road. They're a good team. They went to Carolina, beat the Panthers 30-14. And Joe Burrow, did he throw like 4 interceptions, and yet they still beat Tennessee easily? Something like that, 37-27, and that's what Tennessee scoring on like the final play of the game. Bengals still mathematically alive at 6-8. 2 Monday Night Football games tonight. Vikings 7-point favorites at home against the Bears. Atlanta desperately needing a win. 5.5-point favorites in Vegas against the Raiders. College football news. Notre Dame gave head coach Marcus Freeman a 4-year extension, so he's under contract for 6 more years. Thank you very much. Penn State's backup quarterback, Bo Pribula, he said, I hate to do this, but looks like Drew Aller's coming back, so I got to transfer. And I know we're in the playoffs, but I don't know what to tell you. Blame the adults. Take a look at the clock and the calendar. I got to transfer now, which I don't understand because the SMU backup quarterback announced he's transferring, but he said he's staying.
Right.
Okay, but this kid announced, I got to leave, and I got to leave today. I don't understand. If you missed it, Travis Hunter won the Heisman Saturday night. Closest vote in 15 years. But he won by 200 points. NBA, Knicks beat Orlando 191. Boston beat Washington by 14. Minnesota beat San Antonio by 14. Lakers, LeBron came back after missing 2 games. He scored 18. He said his foot's still bothering him. AD with 40. Lakers beat Memphis by 6. By the way, Luka had a game last night for the Mavs. 45 points, 11 rebounds, 13 assists. Dallas beat Golden State. Yeah, that'll work. Don't you think? 45, 11, and 13 for your triple-double? Dallas beat Golden State 143-133. And I know you're all enthralled. The NBA Cup, it's going to be Milwaukee against OKC tomorrow night in Vegas. That'll be in prime time on ABC. They're trying really hard to push this thing. College hoops, I just want to say this. The SEC on Saturday went 13-1. They have 5 of the top 9 teams in the country. Matt Norlander covers college basketball for a living. He said, I think the conference is going to get 12 bids. Unbelievable. Hockey, Rangers lost again, 3-2. Islanders lost again. Blackhawks, Bedard in the final minute scored the game winner, 5-3. Buffalo's lost 10 in a row. Toronto beat them 5-3. Carolina over Columbus. And the Wild lost for just the 7th time in 31 games in regulation. Vegas beat them in Minnesota 3-2. Rays dealt Jeffrey Springs, a lefty. Well, I mean, he was making $10.5 million a year this year, next year, and a $15 million option. So he wasn't sticking around. But the team that acquired him is Sacramento acquired him. The A's. The A's are adding salary. I know.
I don't get it. They wouldn't do it when they played in Oakland. Now they're playing in a minor league park and they're picking up players. I don't get it.
Right. They're playing before 11,000. They're going to have a payroll over $100 million. By the way, the Phoenix Suns minority owner, Justin Ishbia, who I believe is the younger brother of, is it Matt Ishbia?
Matt,
the guy.
yes.
Matt owns the Suns. He was the walk-on, sat at the end of the bench at Michigan State, right?
Right.
His brother, he's a billionaire as well. He apparently is going to buy the Minnesota Twins for somewhere between $1.5 and $2 billion. Just so you know, the Pohlad family bought the Twins 40 years ago for $44 million. They're going to sell it for between $1.5 and $2 billion. And finally, it used to be the Shark Shootout. Then it was the J.C. Penney event where you got golfers from the LPGA and the PGA, and they teamed up. Now it's the Grant Thornton Invitational. It's in beautiful Naples, Florida. And Jake Knapp and Patty Tavatatanakat won it by a shot. They split $1 million. Not bad for 3 days' work and spending 5 days in Naples in mid-December.
Congratulations to them. Another great event at Tiburon at Naples.
And that was Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
David, I've got a little bit of bad news for you as we end our first hour today. The poll questions from the Friday show are up and finished. First off, the one was who makes the playoff first, Belichick and UNC or Napier and the Gators. 64% of you say Napier and the Gators. But, David, more importantly, vanilla beats chocolate 56-44. That's right. Vanilla was your ice cream of choice right here on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Genty was bummed. I will say he apparently did well in the late returns. Like him playing that extra week and Hunter not really helped his cause. He did well. Well, I think once you're mentioned in the same sentence as Barry Sanders, you get a few voters' attention. I will say, umpire, though, we did not say the Eagles were falling apart. We thought it was one misunderstanding, a diva wide receiver getting some stuff off his chest, and they'd work it out. And one of the most predictable things in the world was that yesterday he was going to get a touchdown. Come on. Like Hurts wasn't going to feed him the ball near the end zone one time. Go vanilla. Paula, is that the first time you commented today? Took you an hour and you went go vanilla? Level of concern, Paula, with the health of your defense on a scale of 1 to 10. Oh, she did talk about the Lions earlier. I missed it. Sorry, Paula. Sometimes Mark and I get busy doing a show. No, Sean Payton's not in the running for Coach of the Year. Exactly. That's who I think's Coach of the Year also.
It's got to be.
No, Irish football doesn't admit anything wrong about any of his teams ever.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A team like the Lions has never won the Super Bowl, have they? A team that bad defensively? I mean, let's talk about this. We're not overreacting, but let's just take a breath, take a step to the side, and talk about this. Has a team that bad defensively ever won a Super Bowl?
I certainly don't believe so.
I mean, the greatest show on turf, Rams in '99, were not a great defense, but they were not a bad defense. They were a very average defense.
And the Lions were a good defense up until a couple of weeks ago. I mean, even with the injuries, their points against is still pretty strong, but their opponents were not very good.
Right.
And
now,
yesterday they were matched up against a good quality offensive opponent, and that team did whatever they wanted to do.
I mean, it really started in the second half on Thanksgiving, if you think about it. I mean, the Bears were shut out at halftime, and the Bears should have, at the very least, sent the game to overtime. You know, if not, if they were more competent and better coached, it might have won the game. So, I mean, it really started in the second half on Thanksgiving, and they haven't stopped anybody since. And it just seems as if they're running out of bodies. And they get a couple guys back yesterday, and now McNeil, the D lineman, and Carlton Davis, the corner, they both suffer significant injuries. Dan Campbell thinks injuries that'll keep them out the rest of the year. Great. I mean, that's a starting corner and a important guy in your defensive line rotation, in the middle of your line too. I mean, they're going to have to do something that no one's done here. I mean, teams have gotten as far as the conference championship game with a bad defense. I'm trying to think of the worst defensive team to make a Super Bowl. I mean, this would be historic if they can't somehow, some way turn it around, and we don't know how they're going to be able to because we just don't think they're going to have the bodies.
Yeah, right now, winning the division seems like a hell of a goal.
Yeah, to win
Maybe
out.
Minnesota the last week of the season to win the division. Well, in theory, they could lose one more and beat Minnesota, and they'd win the division because they have the tiebreaker.
Right, but if that happens and the Eagles win out, the Eagles would be the one.
Well, I nominate for a poll question who's going to be the one in the NFC right now and put Minnesota, Detroit, and Philadelphia up there.
Oh, look at you. Okay. By the way, it's Detroit right now with the tiebreaker edge because only one of their two losses is an NFC loss. And while the Eagles and Lions have the same record, both Eagles losses are conference losses. So if the two teams win out and post 15-2, the Lions will be the one. But yes, Minnesota with a win tonight can match the Lions and Eagles at 12-2. They have two conference losses, but also one of their two losses is to Detroit. But fortunately, those two teams play final weekend of the year in Detroit.
The Lions' offense is going to have to be perfect for them to continue to win. It wasn't perfect yesterday. It was nowhere near it. Buffalo did a great job on first down of stopping Detroit's running game, putting them in a lot of second and longs. They blitzed really well. I mean, Ed Oliver was a force yesterday.
Did you see the play when Ed Oliver lined up right over arguably the best center in the league, Frank Ragnow, and ragdolled him?
Pancaked him, ran right over him, David.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know if anybody on Sundays has ever done that to Frank Ragnow before. My goodness. Wow, was he impressive yesterday. And yet they still gave up 42 points. But, you know, OK Music is pointing out in our Twitch chat room that the 2021 Rams gave up 372 points. That's in a 16-game season. So, you do the math, and that's a little over 23 points a game. That's the team that lost to the Patriots, though, in the Super Bowl, albeit in a low-scoring game. But still, they made it to the Super Bowl, but they lost. I mean, that's right now, and it's only mid-December. The playoffs don't begin till mid-January, and we've seen it countless times where teams figure something out at the last minute. It's kind of like a golfer figuring something out on the range right before the first round of the tournament. I mean, we have examples of this. Hell, look at how the Chiefs ended the season last year. And then look at the run they went on in the playoffs. But right now, mid-December, this Lions defense looks as if it would be close to historically bad for as good a record as that team is going to enter the playoffs with.
Well, let's see. They can't get after the quarterback anymore. Their linebackers are both hurt, and they just lost another starter in their secondary yesterday.
Ambient points out the Tony Dungy Colts defense was a mess in 2006, and they figured something out literally right before the playoffs. And they were a mess. It's why they weren't a 1 or a 2 seed that year. They were a 3 seed. They started losing some games. Remember, they traded for Booger McFarland, gave up a second-round pick midway through the year. And this was almost 20 years ago when teams didn't make deals like that at all.
Yeah, I remember this show applauding that deal.
Yes. We loved it. Thought it was smart. They don't win the Super Bowl without him. But they went 2 more months without really stopping anybody. And right before the playoffs, Tony figured a system out with his guys. They played a pretty simple, basic defense. Kind of like
well, Detroit's played man-to-man all year defensively. Did they switch to a zone and try to go for a bend, not break? I mean, it changes everything about their defensive philosophy, but they're going to have to do something, David.
And I have to admit, I'm a little sick to my stomach because you know me. I want every fan base that's never had a parade to have a parade. And there's 4 teams who haven't even been to the Super Bowl. And I certainly want to see the Lions go here. I mean, this year, next year. I mean, come on. This the best Lions team in 3 generations. I would love to see this group at least get to the game. And it would absolutely suck if we look back a few years from now and we go, well, they probably would have if it wasn't for all those injuries. But my goodness, Mark, how are they going to stop it? I mean, seriously, right now. I mean, my $20, up until the last 9 days, we would have bet all our money on the Lions to come out of the NFC. Didn't matter how many games the Eagles were winning in a row. Doesn't matter how much we love Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings. All right. We would have bet all our money on the Lions up till 9 days ago.
Yeah, I think they're a lot like, not a lot like. I think they're going to have a similar fate of last year's Eagles, that they built this lofty record and are going to have a hell of a time just getting the horse in the barn. And when the playoffs come, they're so decimated defensively that I don't know what they're going to be able to do.
I mean, here's the real kick in the you-know-what. The Bucs are winning so many games. You know what the Bucs are right now? The Bucs are the 3. I mean, how funny is this? I want to play the Lions in the divisional round. They could be the 15-2 Lions, and you're like, boy, I'd much rather play them. I mean, after what Baker and the Bucs did yesterday against the Chargers defense, tell me you're not and they've already beaten Detroit.
Well, they're certainly not afraid of the Lions or anybody for that matter, because they've got it going on running and passing the football. Bucky Irving's a force running the football.
Yes.
Rashad White's playing really good football, catching passes and doing things out of the backfield. And then there's this Mike Evans guy.
Bucky Irving is good.
Yeah, he is.
Damn. When did that happen? Come on, who among us were talking Buck besides Roy Cummings?
Roy Cummings? Roy Cummings only been talking about him all damn year. If you listen to the show, you've heard enough good Bucky Irving comments and good comments about that running back room from Roy Cummings.
I think their running back room is plenty good enough. We were chastising him 3 months ago. You watching the same running backs as we are? Yes, I am. I think they're good. They need to get the ball more. All right. My little moment, the goober in me. It's late third quarter, maybe it's even early fourth. It's early fourth quarter, come to think of it. And the Bucs are just, trying to get first downs and grind this clock down and what have you. They've got a 3rd and 3, Mark. They ran the ball for a first down. Oh my goodness. I was dancing around the room. They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, you have no idea how happy it makes me to run the ball in like 3rd and 2.5, 3rd and 3 and get a first down. You just have no idea.
Bucs fan was right there with you. Because for the longest time, for the last 4 years, David, Bucs could not run the ball from 3rd and 3 and get a first down. Not unless Baker Mayfield was getting chased around the pocket.
Right.
And had to enforce out of the pocket to run for then a first down and lead them on a drive.
But there was a sadness that came over. Maybe this is overreaction Monday by me in the other direction. There's a sadness that came over me yesterday as I'm watching the Lions defensively, and I'm like, yeah, no team that looks like this has ever gone to the Super Bowl. For as much as deep down, I really want that team to go to the big game at some point here in the next 3 seasons. Please, please go. I'm starting to think, wow, it's not going to be this year.
And I'd take a rematch of the game that was played yesterday because I think the Lions would play much better if they got the Bills again. And I don't know how the Bills defensively up front could play as well as they did yesterday. They were tremendous, giving Goff all kinds of problems in the first half. But right now, the Lions defense is torn apart, and I don't know whether or not it can make it to the finish line. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I have not seen a Christmas movie yet.
Neither have I.
Been too busy.
You would have loved it, David. So we had the final soccer game Saturday. Final. And there was a really bad call. Should have been their ball for a throw in. They gave it to us. It's U12 soccer. Ball's going to be with the other team pretty quickly. And two parents for the other team yelled. One yelled pretty loudly. The referee, with this big, thick mustache, starts marching over to the parents and chastised them.
No.
No, the dad took it. Dad was a pretty big dude, too. I was laughing.
That's a pretty good impression right there. I'm just picturing Craig Stadler.
It was that kind of mustache, too. It was a great, he had dark hair, but it was a Craig Stadler. It was a huge mustache.
Wilford Brimley type deal?
Yes.
Do you prefer peanuts over the regular M&Ms? Because I don't.
I don't either.
Oh no, I'm a brown, black, whatever you call that wrapping, over the yellow wrapping. Ugh. What's the red bag? Boy, you're dating yourself there, Jake. So today is chocolate over anything day?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us on this Overreaction Monday. I guess our first question on Overreaction Monday is the Lions defense so bad they can't make it to and win the Super Bowl? Because if you think about it, no team has ever had a defense as bad as the Lions defense is this month and made it to the Super Bowl. Never mind won it. You can't overcome it. I mean, think about it. Some of Marino's Dolphins teams were this. I mean, they were. Not to, rag on the Dolphins, who seemingly have underperformed for 30 plus years. But, I mean, some of the Dolphins teams with Marino were this. And how'd they do when they made the postseason? 1 year they had a good draw. They were the division champ. The Bills were the wild card. All they had to do was beat a Chargers team that started 0-4 that year. And they got them in the playoffs and they beat them. And they hosted an AFC championship game. But that defense was, I don't even know if it was average. And when they got to the AFC title game, the Bills toyed with them.
It was why I could see some people yesterday not bothered by Dan Campbell kicking the onside kick, which I was. I thought it was a terrible move. I said it out loud when it happened. But they weren't stopping Buffalo.
Probably not.
They had to figure out a way to get the ball back, and they couldn't get the ball back. Now, I would have kicked it deep and tried to hold them to a field goal, keep the game within 2 scores, and go from there. But I understand what he was thinking. I disagree with the execution of what he did, David, but I understand what he was thinking.
Yeah, I did too. I'm with you, though. There was way too much time left in the game to do that. Plus, in theory, you're down 2 scores. So, you're going to do it again? See, to me, you only got one onside kick recovery in you. To me, it's like 2-point conversions. It's why I always kick the extra point, because I always want to only have to go for 2 once. I got one play that I'm willing to bet money on that's going to work. I don't have 2. So I only want to line up and do this one time. And I'm sure the analytics people are like, well, that's actually the wrong way to think. I don't know what to tell you. It's how I think. I will say this, though, their last onside kick, that's the onside kick I would do every time. And I have never understood why that's not the onside kick. Because all you have to do is have one person not field it cleanly. And you've got a bunch of people going after that one guy. You kick it diagonally, 4, 5, 6 people can field that ball. Okay, you kick it slowly, straight ahead. One guy has got to field it cleanly. And he's got 4 guys coming in who are going to pound him as soon as he touches the ball. I've never understood why that's not the kick. I've always thought that was the best percentage play.
I hate this new kickoff. I hate the announcing of the onside kick. I get that we all know that it's coming, and we know the idea of when it's going to happen, but there were so many, the kick it straight forward and get it when they're running backwards.
Right.
There were so many little elements that you could throw in that this new kick is just a bad move.
How about this? How about just have them kick it from go back to the old way, or, the way they do it in college. How about just put the ball on the 25-yard line? And just say, hey, have at it. I mean, you got to kick the ball 80-plus yards to get a touchback. Okay, and if you can, great. Congratulations. And maybe in the first third of the season, we'll still have a bunch of touchbacks because these guys have never had more powerful kicking legs than what they have now. How about they just do that? You want to bring the kickoff back into the game? Want to go back to having an onside kick that can be a surprise play? Just put the ball on the 25-yard line.
Think about that, too. If your onside kick goes badly, you're giving the ball in the 35.
Yeah.
You want to try some trickery in the second quarter. You want to try something silly. You think you've got an advantage and you screw it up. You're giving them the ball inside the 40.
Right. And with kickers the way they are today, essentially you've given them 3 points. So, I mean, if Goodell wants the kickoff return back in the game, I mean, that's a way to do it.
The hard part would be now after the new dynamic kickoff has been partially because of safety of putting them back out running. I don't know if they'll ever put a rule where they're running the whole way again.
Okay. The problem is if you line them up that way, then we know they're not onside kicking it.
I know. I think the onside kick has forever been taken out of football the way that we used to know it. The element of surprise of the onside kick. The element of surprise is really what hit us, though, this morning. For many of you, this is an element of surprise that's hitting you right over the head because David Moulton went 6-2.
Thank you.
And brought his season record to within a game of 500.
And I'd be 500 if Mark Miller didn't saddle me with a pick that I didn't want to make, even though his reasoning was very solid. He said, for 6 months, you've been saying so-and-so was going to win this game. Why did you not pick this game? A little gun shy here at the end. Well, you've got to pick the game. And so he saddled me with A&M getting 5 against Texas. And that didn't work out so well. And that's the reason I'm below 500.
Now, I had another winning week, not the 6-2 lofty week that Mr. Moulton had, because I don't pick that many games. We picked 5 games on the show, or at least that was the idea of the Fantastic Five. It's been completely obliterated by one David Moulton for the past 3 or 4 football seasons.
Well, I started out picking 5 the first 3 weeks of the year. I went 0-5, 1-4, and 2-3. I was 3-12, 3 weeks into the year picking 5 games. All right. I said, I have to stop picking 5 games. That's the problem here. Playing by the rules. I don't like rules. So, yes, Mark Miller's 500. I'm a game below 500. I think that's pretty good considering I was 3-12 to start the year.
And I don't think either of us were ever at or above 500 at any point in the year.
No, we
until
haven't.
now. We have battled.
We are. We're grinding it, baby.
We are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I feel like I'm the Dallas Cowboys trying to get back to 500. I'm Mike McCarthy. I'm trying to keep my job.
So the picks have swung in our direction with just a few weeks left in the season, for what it's worth.
And I got my FCS special right. I had South Dakota laying the 4 against UC Davis. By the way, when we picked it, it was 4. By kickoff, it was 7. I'm like, damn, money's coming in on my side.
South Dakota, UC Davis.
Yep. That was the one. Hey, all I know is we got the big boys. We got the top 4 seeds all in the semis of the FCS, okay?
So the Montanas and the Dakotas are going at one another again?
That's it. Montana State against South Dakota and North Dakota State against South Dakota State. Here we go. Here's big boy football right here, okay? This is Bills, Chiefs, Lions, Eagles territories, what we got right here. FCS showing FBS how it's done. This is how playoffs go. This is how you do seedings, by the way. Okay, you do it based on the quality of team, not conference champions or anything like that. Number 1 seed's the best team. Guess who the number 2 seed is? Second best team. Never going to guess who the number 4 seed is. 4th best team. It's a crazy concept.
You love your FBS football, don't you?
I love my FCS football.
Or
I love
FCS
everything about
football,
it.
whatever.
Well, they've been doing a 16-team playoff forever. It's worked like a charm. All right. Now you got these guys. We'll start at 12. We'll go to 14. We'll have special seeding, bye weeks, and whatnot. Oh, for goodness sakes, just copy what you do at the other level.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For 22 years, Jason and Todd at the Diamond District have been making Christmas merry and bright, and this year is no exception. Discover the best values on diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets at 23% off, and more deals on diamond fashion jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, and exotic gemstone jewelry, along with estate jewelry. Jason and Todd will take up to 50% off. Santa's GPS points to one jewelry store, the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement Or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I don't like I don't like that they've gone to 24. I got to be honest with you. I don't like that. I liked it when it was 16. That was enough. We all know why they did it, and it does get more teams involved, and there have been a lot more teams that now play at that level. I know. Spitz, I don't think Cousins has a leash on him for the game, but I do think if he plays poorly and they lose, they'll go to Penix. But as long as they win and they're only a game back of the Bucks and they own the tiebreaker, I think they'll stick with Cousins. It's amazing how good the SEC is this year in basketball. Spitz, it's my opinion. I don't think that they'll throw him in a game without a full week of practice with the ones. Unless, Cousins got hurt. I did not see him know Irish football. Explained off the top, we were separate, even though he was right next to our broadcast booth. There was no way to get to him. There was a wall and then armed security if you wanted to walk the back way. And they had bulletproof glass, which was spray painted so you couldn't see through it. So we knew he was next to us, but we could not see him. And Navy kicked him. Chaz Lanier's a good player, isn't he, Sonny? He's a good player. I know, Yinzer, you're just getting to my stat of the day. Yeah, but he's also going to ruin the NCAA tournament because he's going to expand it some more.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Coming at you on this, well, I'd say cold, but it's cold by Florida and Southeast standards. It's actually pretty mild in the upper Midwest. It's 32 degrees here in Minneapolis, wind chill in the 20s. I mean, trust me, somebody who lived here from 5 years, I mean, that's bordering on balmy.
No, I don't even consider today to be a shoes and socks day. I mean, I'm in flip-flops. It's not that cold.
Good.
I mean, maybe up in Jacksonville, maybe it's a little cooler, but in Southwest Florida, we're in the 60s. No complaints here.
All right.
Weather's perfect.
Well, that's good to know. It's good to know. By the way, Miller and Moulton coming at you in the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. Do you remember about a month or so ago? And we throw a lot of stuff at you if you listen to this show. A lot of nooks and crannies. We're big English Muffins fans on this show. A lot of stuff. But we said, hey, you bettors out there, do you know what the number one bet is this year in the NFL with a 57% winning percentage? Take the road favorite, which goes against every single thing if you've been betting on the NFL that you've ever bet. Because that means that home dog is the worst bet in the game if you're taking the road favorite. Mark, we've had 6 road favorites so far this week in the NFL against the spread. Do you know what their winning percentage is?
I think it's pretty good. I don't know the exact number, but I don't know. Have they lost one?
They've lost 1.
Okay.
If you'd bet the road favorites right now, you're 5-1 with the Falcons pending tonight against the spread. So don't you have to lay the 5.5 with Atlanta? Never mind the fact the Raiders, I think, are starting Desmond Ridder. And the Falcons have lost, 4 in a row and are certainly due to win a game.
I would think that would be the smart play. No Crosby for Vegas as well.
He's out for the year. Right. Kind of the engine, the heart of that team. You wonder if the Raiders are at least going to play harder than the Giants seem to be playing. I mean, I don't necessarily want them to fire their coach and general manager, but my goodness. I mean, they ain't losing. They're getting humiliated. Not exactly making the case to keep everybody around.
Let's see. The talent's not very good, so they can't win, and they don't play hard for the coach. Seems to be a bad combination, David.
Road teams are 10-4 straight up so far this week in the NFL. Just take the road team. You're 10-4. Went back to Thursday night when the Rams won in Frisco. Think of all the road teams that won yesterday. I mean, ton of them. Dallas went into Carolina. Kansas City went into Cleveland. Tampa Bay went into L.A. Yeah, the Steelers won. They did. I mean, the Eagles
won on the road. Washington won on the road. The Jets won on the road.
Right. Road teams 10-4 so far this week.
Green Bay with a resounding win on the road last night.
And Geno got hurt. That's Geno Smith for the Seahawks. Didn't look good. McDonald, the head coach, said structurally the knee is sound, but we'll have to see as to whether or not he can play. And they've got Minnesota next. Ouch.
And we know the Vikings will come at you defensively. Flores, with that blitzing style of defense, has done a lot to wreak havoc on quarterbacks this year already. And I would imagine next week would be no exception.
But, Bills won yesterday. Now, they weren't a favorite, but they were a road team. But road favorites 5-1 against the spread, and road teams 10-4 this week in the NFL. Take it for what it's worth. So there.
21,000, the text line if you want to chime into the show today, or you can always join us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, where you can interact with a large group of folks who sometimes don't care what we're talking about because they're having their own conversations and then get upset with us during the commercial break because we're not paying attention to them.
Right. Well, you didn't answer my question. Yeah, you're not talking about what we're talking about. Yeah, I know, but you need to talk about what we're talking about. Okay. Twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Quick sidebar, if you will. So it's my birthday this week. And my wife, I kid you not, I am not exaggerating this conversation in any way, shape, or form. My wife says, hey, we want to celebrate your birthday the day before, which I have to admit bothers me. Because once again, because it's not my birthday, right? You celebrate my birthday on my birthday. But I got to admit, we and I have a very full day on my birthday. And apparently, from a scheduling standpoint, it just fits everybody better to celebrate it. See, it fits them better to celebrate my birthday when they want to. Okay. So we're celebrating my birthday the day before my birthday. Okay, fine. So I get over that, as you could tell. I'm over it.
Yeah, you're over it.
Right.
Oh, you're over it, all right, David.
Yep. So I push that to the side. And then my wife says, and I will reiterate, I am not exaggerating this one iota. What do you want for your birthday, comma, you can have anything you want.
I'm guessing you immediately replied to celebrate on my birthday.
No, I stuck with the topic at hand because she was talking food. And so I said, well, I would like blank. And she said, well, not that. You can't have that. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Right.
The original premise here was, what do you want for your birthday,
comma,
you can have anything you want.
Right.
I don't listen to everything you say, David, but I listen to most of it. And the key part of that was you can have anything you want.
Right. It's your birthday, after all. Right. We're celebrating it. And so I said, well, I would like this. And she goes, well, anything but that. Great.
Let me ask you quickly, because I know what a sore subject this is in the Moulton home. Did you ask for something that somebody had to cook?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a fair question, I think, David.
Yes. But the implication in asking the question was essentially, hey, if you want it, we'll even prepare it for you.
No doubt.
Right. Okay. And I actually came up with what I thought is the easiest food item to get your hands on. Pizza.
Couldn't have pizza for your birthday?
You know, because apparently we have it too much. So
the hell kind of world are we living in? When a man wants pizza for his birthday,
thank you,
then he should have pizza for his birthday.
Right. You can have anything you want. Oh, I want pizza. Well, not that. What else? Okay.
Happy birthday.
Right. So that's how my week has started, by the way. Okay. You're trying to emphasize the positive. I went 6-2, you know, I'm back to right around 500, gaining ground on you. And right. I'm doing really well with sports. It's the whole personal thing here. Okay.
I mean, if you would have asked for a chain pizza and they said, can we get the really good pizza that we don't always get, then that would be one thing.
Right.
And I don't know I don't know if there's a little local mom and pop that you found in Jacksonville that makes a superior pizza that you wanted. That would be reason to have it.
It's kind of where I was going there. You know, I thought we'd maybe even pay more than $7.99 for our pie. I mean, you know, I thought we might even go double. Go nuts. I mean, might even get breadsticks.
Wow.
Right. Nope.
Going all out for this birthday.
You can have anything you want. Well, no, you can't have that. Give us something else. Okay. So I'm just going to let you all know I'm going to be a little on edge this week. Okay. We're celebrating my birthday, not on my birthday, because we're not doing this for me. We're doing it for them. Okay. And, well, you can't have what it is you want. We just want to give the impression you can have anything you want. Our words say that you're very special to us. We'll do anything for you. Our actions say otherwise. Just so you know. Good. Okay. I want to go back to not celebrating my birthday. It's close to Christmas. Let's just ignore it like we've done for many a year. Just ignore it. Okay. Next week's a big day. I hear there's a big day next week. Let's just go all out.
David, Despicable D came up with the best idea that I've ever heard of.
What's that?
First off, I have to know, are you celebrating your birthday at your house?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure.
Okay. And then I can take care of this because I definitely have your address.
Yes, you do.
That I should order a pizza and have it delivered to your house during your birthday celebration.
I would be laughing for 3 days.
I'm making that happen.
I really would. I would be laughing for 3 days, and I would be eating it right in front of them.
That's going to happen. That's my birthday present to you. I don't know what you're having for your birthday. I
don't
need
either.
to know time, and I'm ordering a pie delivered to your house. I don't know where it's coming from. It may be of the $7.99 variety because it might be the easiest to get my hands on.
That's fine. Hell, I'll even go pick it up if you tell me. So here's another thing now that I think about it. Remember, you can have anything you want. She then starts going through the gift cards and gift certificates and what have you that we have in a drawer. Hey, I've got $50 to Outback. I got $25 to here. I'm like, I thought I could order whatever I want.
As long as we have a gift card for it and it's not pizza, apparently.
Right. So now it can't be pizza, and apparently it needs to be one of these 3 chains. Me, Mr. Chain, trying to go off the reservation 1 day a year. No, can't do it. Right. All right. Who was it in the Twitch chat room? Said, I do anything for love, but I won't do that. Honestly, my birthday's become the meatloaf song. And what's funny about that is that's now what I want.
Meatloaf?
I want meatloaf.
Ma!
Yep. I want to pull a John Clayton.
Who would make said meatloaf?
Well, I don't know. I mean, what's the Italian chain? They do meatloaf. I know, I've had it there.
Okay, so we can get to go meatloaf for you.
Yeah, 2 miles down the road. I know I can pick up meatloaf. Yeah. But I don't know if we have a gift card for it, so maybe not. In fact, I know we don't have a gift card for it.
That would throw them at the house. I changed my mind. I want meatloaf for my birthday.
Right.
Have at it.
Yep. I'm like, well, we don't have a gift card for that. Huh. Going to have to spend some money on the old fat guy, aren't you? Could have just gotten pizza, Nope.
I'm sending you a pizza. That's done.
And I'm going to get something that we don't have a gift card for also. I am going to double-decker them.
Meatloaf and pizza for your birthday. You will be one happy camper.
I'll be happy. They'll be angry. That's exactly how I want my birthday. And for 1 day, I have hand.
And it's not even your birthday.
Exactly. I'll save it till the next day.
Seems like there's a conspiracy going on in and around the Moulton home to take away from what you want for your birthday. And we're here for you, David. Me and the Twitch chat room listeners.
Thank you. Thank you. Respecting my birthday. Right. Not
Bad
a
enough you're
celebration.
right by Christmas. You're not getting a blue sweater, which was the gift of your childhood.
Right. I mean, I think I'm getting socks again. I think my wife's going all and out. She might get me like one of those nose trimmers. I mean, really going crazy.
Nothing like personal hygiene gifts.
Exactly.
That says I love you from your wife.
Yep. You guys should know, like during the commercial break, if I blow my nose, my wife will be like, let me take a look at your nose. Can't be going on the air with snots in your nose. Oh, honey, we're on the Twitch chat room. I got 100-something guys who are breathing through their mouth, just like me. We're good.
Miller and Moulton. Celebrating birthdays the only way that we can, by not getting what we want on the wrong day.
Right. Celebrating birthdays when it's convenient for you.
Sounds about right for this show.
That's how we roll. It is an overreaction Monday. Are the Lions off the Super Bowl list because no team that bad defensively has ever made the game? Are we overreacting or are we getting to the hard truth? Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sonny, I would have benched him for the rest of the game. I'd be so honked now, I'd deactivate him this week. Seriously. You've got to be kidding me. I don't get it. The purpose of the game is to score. The purpose of the game is to win. It's not to showboat. It's not styling. Not only that, we paid you, damn it. You got paid.
I didn't even think he was showboating. I thought it was just blatant stupidity, David.
I don't care what it is.
No, I know.
I would have benched him the rest of the game, and I deactivate him this week. Didn't a guy do it with the Bengals yesterday? Although he was switching hands and as he was crossing the goal line and
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
halfway home on this Overreaction Monday, at least in the 239 and the 904, final hour of the show in Charlotte County and surrounding areas, Lake City and surrounding areas. Hope you had a great weekend, and thanks for starting your week off with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. An Overreaction Monday, and our question, the Lions' injuries on defense. Has it gotten to the point where, they can't win a Super Bowl? Hell, I don't even think they can get to a Super Bowl with how they are now defensively. It's a shame, tough break, but no team this bad defensively gets to the big game. I mean, we're trying to go through history here, Mark. I've had buddies of mine say Elway's Broncos in the 80s. You could even make the case how good defensively. They had some great players, but how good defensively were those Bills teams in the 90s that went to 4 Super Bowls in a row? And we're talking about, this is during an era like in the 70s, the AFC dominated the Super Bowl. In the 80s into the first part of the 90s, the NFC dominated the Super Bowl. So it just seemed as if one conference was just better than the other. Like, I don't really know how bad those Broncos teams were defensively, but that boy, were they made to look bad once they got to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I was even thinking of the 70s Bronco team that made it, the Orange Crush team that played Dallas and gave up like 50 in that game or something like that.
So, I mean, the funny thing is, as you've mentioned, up till 2 games ago, the Lions' defensive stats were remarkable.
They're still 7th in the league in points allowed per game. The problem is in their last 3 games, they've allowed 33, and they allowed 48 yesterday.
And they're allowing them to good teams. And in theory, who are they going to face in the playoffs? Good teams. So can we take Detroit as seriously as we were 2 weeks ago when they were the standard bearer in the NFC? I mean, right now, if our poll question were, who are you picking to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC? Detroit, Philly, Minnesota, the field. And we say the field because, I mean, it is a pretty good poll question. I mean, it's sports, so none of you are interested.
That's not true. The Belichick Napier vote killed the ice cream vote. It wasn't close.
We found out people are not interested in sports, but they are interested in Belichick. Sidebar, by the way, came out over the weekend that Belichick, through intermediaries, called the Jets, which in and of itself would be rich. I mean, remember, he was coach of the Jets for a day back in early 2000, and then he resigned on a bar napkin to go become the head coach of the Patriots. And we all know what followed for the next 20 plus years. And we all know what's followed for the Jets for most of those 20 plus years. But also, while he was doing his TV gigs here, he did not have good things to say about the Jets organization. But yet he apparently reached out and said, hey, would you be interested in me?
Nah.
Now, I mean, listen, if you said bad things about me, and we weren't on the best of terms. In fact, we weren't even on good terms. But if I was in the position that the Jets are in, and you had the resume that you had, I mean, I don't have to like you to employ you. In fact, I could hire you and say, don't talk to me. If you see me walking down the hallway, go in another direction. Don't even say hi, because I'm not saying hi back. Just shut up and do your job. Win us some games, get your damn wins record, make us respectable again, and I'll fire you the first chance I get. But how could they not be interested in Bill Belichick? Come on.
David, because Woody Johnson should not be allowed to own a team. Okay? Just because you have all the money in the world doesn't make you a great owner.
Well, we
He's
know
a
that.
terrible owner.
Yes, he is. Although I will say, if just some revisionist history, 24 years ago, it came down to Woody Johnson or James Dolan. You know, the guy who owns the Knicks and the Rangers. So I could argue, Jets fans, it could have been worse.
Wow.
But I digress. Wow. That's who it came down to, just so you know.
The Jets would be playing in the Sphere right now had it been that way.
Man, I got to admit, I love the Sphere.
I know. I want to see anything there.
It's awesome. The outside is awesome. Never mind the inside. All right, we digress. In all seriousness, come on. Come on. There are people you and I know we don't like that are very good at their jobs. And if we needed that job done, we'd hire them. Why? Because they're really good at doing it. And we don't like them. And they don't like us. And we know we don't like them. And they know we don't like them. And we'd still hire them.
Are you sure?
Yes, I would. You know me. I'm all about getting the job done. I don't care about anything else. Anything else. Christmas
I know.
party,
just those people we didn't like was because they were incompetent.
Right.
That's all.
Usually. Sometimes they were just blanks. And sometimes we were just blanks.
Well, then there's that.
Right. I mean, we earned it sometimes.
Absolutely.
I know that. I know that. We're not easy to get along with sometimes. I know. Some of it's on us. But come on, man. Seriously? You have the longest drought of missing the playoffs in North American sports right now. And one of the 3 all-time winningest coaches who has beaten you like a drum for 20 years reaches out and goes, "Hey, any interest?" And you go, "Nah." Nah? Come on.
Don't know what to tell you. There are reasons why some franchises are who they are, David.
I mean, Mark, if you were Woody Johnson, and let's just say I'm Mike Vrabel or anybody else, my first question in the interview might be, why weren't you interested in Belichick? Oh, seriously, I got to know. I got to know who I'm working for here. I mean, you weren't interested in him? I mean,
Yeah, how come?
yeah, why? You're interested in me, but you weren't interested in him? I mean, yeah, I think I do a good job and all, but
you hate him that much that you weren't even interested at all in him being your coach.
I mean, it kind of shows me you're not serious about this winning thing. You only want to win, what, if it's convenient, a certain way, you get certain influence. I mean, what?
It's why that job's not attractive. It's why the Chicago job's not attractive. It's why they end up with coordinators and keep running the same course of action over and over and over again.
Now, I mean, maybe Woody just goes, listen, Belichick 3-4 years ago, yeah, I would have been. But those last few years in New England, it soured me on him. I think his time has come and gone. Okay, I want to hear it, though. I need to hear it. I mean, you just had Robert Saleh. Bill Belichick called. Really? Really?
Don't want to go defense again, huh?
Right. Just please tell me something. Give me some reason that I can go, oh, okay, this interview can continue. And there's plenty of ammunition there. Too old. I think it's passed him by. I had worried he'd want too much control of the organization. Whatever. But I mean, you wouldn't even
can handle the New York media.
But I don't know, man. You gotta answer me this question. You're interested in me, but you weren't interested in Belichick. What am I missing?
I must be really good.
I was gonna say, because I got family members who are a lot more interested in him than they are me. In fact, I got a wife who would let him have anything he wanted on his birthday. I mean it. But
pizza, meatloaf, doesn't matter. Whatever he wanted.
Whether they have a gift card for it or not.
Sounds like that was a little passive aggressive there. When you brought this into a second segment, you're bothered by this birthday thing.
Yes. You can have anything you want. I want this. Well, you can't have that.
And I want it on my birthday.
Right. Not the day before. Once again, so we're celebrating my birthday when it's convenient for you guys. Not me. Got it. Okay. Just want to make sure. But you can have anything you want.
Boy, that birthday celebration will be dripping with sarcasm, won't it?
Sure will. Do I have to attend? I mean, if I don't show up, they go, where were you? I go, well, it was on my birthday.
I hope that they try to put a hat on you, one of those little birds, because the granddaughter will be there.
Oh,
so
no.
She'll have a hat on, and you'll have to. Then you're at the mercy of the room, because the granddaughter's there, and you can't be that guy.
Yeah, see, that's where you're wrong. See, because I'm under the philosophy that she's not yet 3; she'll forget. Okay, they have the attention span of gnats. Okay. Besides, they'll lie.
You can break the hat, just pull it apart. She'll laugh, do the same thing to hers, and you've thrown the whole hat game off.
Yeah, trust me. The easiest person in the room to win over, being snarky or not, is the 3-year-old. That's not the person I'm worried about. Miller and Moulton. But that's a question that I had over the weekend. I'm like, hold on a second. Bill Belichick, I mean, I was expecting maybe, I don't know, the Jags, because they still have a coach. But you reached out to a team that is an interim coach, and this guy's not getting the job. Really? You're not interested in him? Really? No interest at all. You don't even want to have lunch. Seriously. You don't want to do a Zoom call? No interest at all. Wow. What am I missing?
And you have to look at it that no one in the NFL was interested. Because I don't think he takes this job if there's some interest somewhere, David.
That's shocking to me. It really is. I mean, whatever baggage you think he has, you're going to hire the great unknown? You're all going to hire a bunch of coordinators who have never done it before? Miller and Moulton on an Overreaction Monday. Thanks for being with us.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For 22 years, Jason and Todd at the Diamond District have been making Christmas merry and bright, and this year is no exception. Discover the best values on diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets at 23% off, and more deals on diamond fashion jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, and exotic gemstone jewelry, along with estate jewelry. Jason and Todd will take up to 50% off. Santa's GPS points to one jewelry store, the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now, listen, obviously, I like Belichick, but Belichick won 11 games in a playoff game with Vinny Testaverde in Cleveland. Belichick won 11 games with Matt Castle. Belichick made the playoffs with Mac Jones. He can coach. I mean, he really can. Now, there are plenty of reasons not to hire him, but to not even have a conversation with him, come on. And I'm with you about McDaniels. Like, I think if you were the Jets, you'd actually have leverage. I mean, come on, deep down. Do you think he wanted the Shula's record? Yeah. And so you could say, listen, Bill, we're interested, but we ain't doing Matt Patricia and Josh McDaniels. You're going to have to get outside your comfort zone here. You're going to have to hire some fresh meat, if you will. And personnel, yeah, you don't have final say on personnel. You want to come here and coach, I'm interested. But you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone. You're going to have to acknowledge, during this interview process, you're going to have to acknowledge the last few years in New England, you got a lot wrong. But to not even have a conversation with Bill Belichick, to me, you're not a serious organization. I mean, and I know I said it last week, and I think Mark reiterated it. If you're the teams that right now don't have a coach, and the word got out that Belichick was getting serious about North Carolina, I would have gotten on the phone and called them and said, before you take that job, can we talk? Can we at least talk?
It shows you how little interest there is, because I think someone might have fired someone to talk to Belichick last week, a couple of years ago, if you know what I mean.
I mean, what do you think Arthur Blank, is thinking right now? Seriously. And I like Raheem. And I thought Raheem deserved another shot. But deep down, if you gave Arthur Blank a scotch right now and said, what do you think our record would be with Belichick? Do you think he'd say it'd be 6-7? Why Irish football? He developed Brady. He developed Castle. He developed Garoppolo. I don't think Bill would hurt Penix. I don't want to, I mean, come on, that's a lot of football knowledge. He certainly knows how defenses think. You don't think that could help a young developing quarterback? I mean, I would say to Bill Belichick, go find a Ben Johnson. Go find who the Bucs found. That's after they had Canales. I mean, come on, there's other guys out there. Get out of your comfort zone. I mean, quite frankly, Nick Saban was not allowed to bring any of his coaches from Michigan State with him to LSU. None of them. Hired a bunch of guys he had never worked with before. Jimbo Fisher, Kirby Smart, Will Muschamp. List went on and on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. On an overreaction Monday, and I may have just overreacted a little bit about Belichick and how certain teams, I couldn't understand them not calling him before he took the North Carolina job. Speaking of which, did you see him over the weekend at the Carolina basketball game?
I saw that he was there. I did not take in a lot of college hoop, but I did see that he made an appearance.
I have to admit, I thought he wore more Carolina blue walking out to midcourt of the basketball game. Thunderous ovation, by the way.
Shocker.
No, I'm actually a little bit. First off, I mean, it was the biggest reaction of the night. I mean, that's a basketball school. They're in the Dean Dome, for goodness sakes. And the biggest noise of the night was for the new football coach. I'm surprised. That's all. I didn't think they'd all be in on this. Thought a few of them would be like, what are we doing? This is a mistake.
I think even in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, David, they realize that while basketball's fun, nationally what moves the meter, and they've all realized this in the last 4 or 5 years, is football. And they brought Mac back, and they thought that would be, and it worked okay for a couple of years with Mac coming back.
It did. Yeah.
And I think Mac right now is going, really? You're giving Bill $20 million in NIL. What did you give me?
Right.
And you fired me.
If you'd given me $20 million, trust me, I can get players.
I've got pipelines, not just in this state. I've got them in Texas still, too. I
Right.
could have gotten players if you'd have given me $20 million. I guarantee it.
Trust me, I got recruiting connections. He doesn't. Although apparently he landed a quarterback over the weekend. Some 4-star committed to him.
Funny how that worked out.
Just, we'll see if it works. I hope it does. I hope it does. I wonder if he has quick success, will somebody in the NFL bring him back? Let me ask you this. Would you hire Pete Carroll?
Yes.
Pete's the same age as Bill. In
But-
fact, he might
But I would
be a
hire
few
Bill,
months
too.
older.
So the age thing never bothered me with either of them.
But,
Pete acts like he's 50 for crying out loud, let alone this guy for a guy in his 70s.
He looks great. He does.
Looks great, acts young, thinks young. Yeah, I'd bring Pete on board. And he's, by all accounts of it, he's done. His name's not surfacing anywhere. He's not outwardly in the football world. He's been doing a lot of other things, a lot of different things, a lot of things away from the sport.
I think he knows that. I think he still has the itch, and he knows he has to get in, and he has to get in now. So I'll be curious if he can get himself in the mix. I mean, I think Pete Carroll in Chicago would be great. They need an adult. They do. They need an adult. They need somebody also that can look at Ryan Poles and Kevin Warren and go, you guys really don't know what winning's all about. Don't take that the wrong way, but you don't. This is how you win in this league. Trust me. And if you're going to hire me, you're going to let me be the adult for 2-3 years. Okay. Give me the young quarterback. By the way, I had Russell Wilson once. Okay. And a pretty good roster. We did okay. Give me Caleb Williams in this roster, 2-3 years. I don't have to have final say on personnel. And give me 2-3 years. Don't hire another young coordinator who's never done it before. How much better than Pete Carroll you think the Bears can do?
David, I don't think that they can, but you know my philosophy all along is that they won't hire someone like that. And I love what you're saying. And Pete could come in and tell him everything that he's done. And the energy he would bring there would be second to none. I think he's exactly what Caleb Williams needs. Someone who is very positive all the time. Pete can handle both sides of the ball really well.
Mm-hmm. And he can handle the media. He can diffuse the tough questions. He can diffuse the negativity. He's really good at it. Come on now. This is a 2-3, no more than 4-year deal when you're hiring these coaches. I mean, we can count the coaches on damn near one hand who are staying more than 4 years at their particular job. I mean, hell, the guy in Cincinnati took him to back-to-back AFC championship games 2 and 3 years ago. They're trying to run him out of town.
He'll be unemployed for about an hour or two.
Yeah. But you know what I'm getting at here. I mean, you got Harbaugh, you got Tomlin, you got Andy Reid. I mean, then for the most part, they're all chicklets. Go out, get another pack. Move on from this guy.
I just don't think that Poles and Warren are in the mood to be told that they're not the right guys for the job and that they don't know anything about winning. And David, I love the way that you approach things.
Right.
But could you imagine a coach going in and telling a GM and a president, you guys have no clue about winning. Well, sit back and let me take over for a couple of years.
But see, Pete would do it and he wouldn't make it sound like that. See, that's how you and I would make it sound. That's why we're in the position that we're in. Okay. Pete would have a smile on their face. He'd tell them that's a good idea. I was thinking about doing it this way. Okay. Which would turn out to be completely different, not doing a single thing that they just advocated for. And Pete would sell them on it because Pete can sell.
I just don't think that the Bears organization are buyers for what it is that brand is.
But you know what I mean. Forget the Bears,
Okay,
the Jets, the Raiders, the 3-4 other teams. We think the Jags are going to be. I mean, I'm just saying, how can you not be interested in Belichick or Pete Carroll if you're one of these franchises? I don't get it. Why? You'd rather hire the 38-year-old coordinator who's never done it than the 72, 73-year-old guy? One guy who's a legend and the other guy is a borderline Hall of Famer. Come on now. What are we selling? It's a 2 to 3 year thing. If it doesn't work, we're getting a new guy.
I think most of these franchises don't want to go that old. I really think that's what it is. That they think that doesn't relate to the young player, that in Belichick's case, his style has completely gone past him, or the league has gone past that style of coaching. Now with Pete, he never coached that way.
No.
Pete's a rah-rah guy. There's never been a bad word said about the way Pete Carroll runs a team. And that it's not fun to go to work every day.
Right. In fact, if Pete's been criticized for anything, it's for being too positive, too lenient, too catering, pandering. There were some Seahawks players who thought he was too protective of Russell Wilson, that he needed to get more of the grief. Okay. I don't know. Track record pretty good, but okay. You know, it's why he got fired in New England. I mean, he was also in between Parcells and Belichick. Talk about total opposite. Put Pete Carroll in the middle of Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick. Wow.
Maybe a difference in personality there.
Just a little bit. So that's all. Just on this overreaction Monday. I think that owners are overreacting, not being interested in certain guys and not accepting the reality. Come on now. It's a 2 to 3 year. It's a 2 to 3 year hire. Stop looking at this like, you're hiring the guy for the next 10 plus years. No, he's got to make it he's got to get beyond 3 years to be whatever it is you hope him to be. I mean, for goodness sakes, the owner of the Vikings 3 months ago said he wouldn't give Kevin O'Connell a contract extension.
And he should get coach of the year this year.
Right.
And that's not an overreaction. That's just, to me, a fact. The record they have with the quarterback he's doing it with, has anybody done a better job of coaching this year than Kevin O'Connell? I don't think so. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening to us on an Overreaction Monday.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish, you're missing the point. The point isn't that they talked and the Jets said, nah, I'm sorry. After finding out what it is that you want, we're not interested. My point is, these teams aren't interested in talking to him. Talking. We can't do a 30-minute Zoom. ESPN does a 30-minute Zoom on Thursdays every morning to recap the game they just did and begin to preview the game they're about to do.
So where's the closest best pizza you've had in Jacksonville?
I really haven't,
Okay.
but there's a place nearby that I would have tried.
What's the name of it?
Don't know.
You've got a
What-
job between now and next week.
Yep.
Between now and the end of the week.
No, we can't have you send the pizza to the house. They'll lose their mind.
Oh, come on. That's too funny.
Actually, I will do it because I'll eat it the next day on my birthday.
Have it during the show, David.
Hey, it's my birthday and I'm having pizza. That'd be great. Once again, Canada Relief, if you come to that conclusion, that's fine, but don't you have to have a conversation with them and find out if any of that's true? Remember, he doesn't have any leverage. Apparently, nobody's interested.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
On this Overreaction Monday, thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. So, and I know we got 2 games still to go, but it's not going to impact the beginning of our next segment, no matter what happens tonight. So right now, Mark, it is time for If the Playoffs Started Today.
Wow. A day early, but still one of the delights of this show. It's a segment you cannot live without. If the playoffs started today.
Detroit and Philly tied for the 1 in the NFC, but Detroit has the tiebreaker because they only have 1 conference loss and Philly has 2. So Detroit the 1, Philly the 2. Tampa Bay is your 3. The Bucks conference record superior to the Rams conference record. And so it's the Bucks who are the 3 seed at 8-6. And the Rams who own the tiebreaker over the Seahawks. Why? Because they beat them. Final game of the regular season, Seahawks at the Rams could decide the West. So Tampa the 3, the Rams the 4. Vikings at 11-2, winners of 6 in a row, the 5. Even if they win tonight, they'll still be the 5. Even if they lose tonight, they'll still be the 5. But if they win tonight, they'll be tied with the Lions and the Eagles, but they'll be tied for the Lions, and they'll know that if they win their final 3 games, including Week 18 in Detroit, that they will win the North. Green Bay is a really solid 10-4 6 seed. And Washington is a bit shaky 9-5 7 seed. I mean, coming off the bye, barely beat a bad Saints team. A little shaky heading into the bye. You know, good thing the Commanders have those wins in their pocket, Mark, because, you know, I don't know how many good teams they're capable of beating right now.
I'm with you there, but they have stockpiled the wins. I think Daniels is going to be the offensive rookie of the year.
You think he gets it over Brock Bowers?
I do.
Because I think they'll judge quarterbacks and they'll judge Daniels more favorably than Nick. So I think he's going to get more votes than Nick's. So then it comes down to, will he get more votes than Brock Bowers?
I think that he will, particularly if they make the playoffs, David.
Well, and they look like they're going to. They're a game ahead of Seattle. Commanders are 9-5. Seahawks are 8-6. Washington hosts the Eagles Sunday. I mean, the Eagles only need one more win or one more Washington loss to officially wrap up the East. We know the Eagles are going to win the division. We know the Eagles at worst are going to be the 2 seed. Even though I know Tampa beat them and what have you, they're too far back. But I think it's a chance this Sunday for the Commanders to show us, okay, all right, it's a good team. They're playing well. You're home. What do you got?
Right, because right now, if I were to say $20 who's playing in the Super Bowl, I think the vote would be Buffalo versus the Eagles. I do. I think that would win the majority of the vote.
So for all the concern that we have about the Lions defense, we're not sharing the same concern about the Bills? I'm just asking. I mean, they gave up 44 to the Rams and 42 to the Lions in back-to-back weeks.
The 44 to the Rams concerns me more than the 42 to the Lions because of how they gave up the 42 to the Lions. That game was never in doubt.
Okay. I hear you.
And they can get after the quarterback without blitzing. That's something that Detroit can't do, and that's the big difference of the 2 teams between me right now. Lions couldn't get near Allen. And Goff was hit a few times and forced to move off of his spot a few more.
Something to keep in mind, Falcons with a win tonight, just a game behind the Bucks, and they own the tiebreaker. And the Arizona Cardinals, don't count them out yet. The win yesterday, they're a game behind the Rams and the Seahawks. Now, the Seahawks have swept the Cardinals, but the Cardinals beat the Rams earlier in the season, and they have one more matchup with them. So don't count out the Cardinals just yet. That's all I'm saying. To the AFC, Chiefs with a 2-game lead for the 1 seed. But Buffalo, the 2 seed, owns the tiebreaker against the Chiefs. What if Mahomes can't play this week? Now, they only have to win 2 of their last 3, and since they've lost 1 of their first 14, you figure the Chiefs are going to be the 1. But, you know, they seem vulnerable, don't they? I mean, when's the last time? Because, like, by this time last year, the Eagles had started falling. 10-1 by this time had already turned into, 11-3, and they were griping, and it didn't look good.
And it is Texans, Steelers, Broncos to finish the season for the Chiefs. Not easy.
No, 3 playoff teams right now. In fact, the Steelers are the 3 seed, a game ahead of the Ravens. Although they play the Ravens this weekend, don't they?
Steelers and Ravens play this weekend.
Huh. Now, I think even if Baltimore wins, they'd have the same division record with a Baltimore win. They'd have the same overall record. Pittsburgh would have the better conference record.
That is correct. They
So
would still lead by a game in that category if Baltimore were to win this week.
But Pittsburgh's the 3. Texans have clinched their division, seemingly locked into the 4 seed, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe they could jump Pittsburgh, jump into the 3 hole. Baltimore's the 5. They own the tiebreaker over the Broncos because they whooped them. And right now it is the Chargers. The Chargers is the 7 seed. The Chargers who have lost 3 of 4. The Chargers who are literally limping to the finish line. But they have a 2-game lead over the Colts, Dolphins, and Bengals. And they've beat the Bengals head-to-head. So one more Chargers win eliminates the Bengals. And
Chargers
if they win,
schedule pretty manageable the rest of the way. They play a Thursday nighter this week, but they play it at home against the Broncos. So that's a big advantage for the Chargers.
and what was interesting about it was, remember, Denver agreed to move that game to Thursday night. That game got flexed, but Denver agreed to it. And people said, really? You want to play a division game on the road on short rest? And Denver said, yes.
But then after that, they travel to the Patriots and to the Raiders. So the Chargers, to me, look as if a team they can get to the finish line just based on their schedule, David.
And for that matter, do we really have faith in the Colts, Dolphins, or Bengals to put a winning streak together?
No.
To even put the pressure on the Chargers. So there you have it.
Often asked for, never duplicated. If the playoffs were to start today, an exclusive here on Miller and Moulton.
Well, to me, the most interesting thing about it is, what would your first round playoff matchups be? Like, you'd have Chargers going to Buffalo. I mean, right now, with all the injuries to the Chargers offensively, I know they have a good defense, but I mean,
but we'll see. You just saw what happened. That defense got worn out, and the Bucs
Right.
took it to them in the second half. I mean, what a third quarter by the Bucs. Cannot say it enough of how good Tampa Bay was in the third quarter yesterday.
30 unanswered points against a playoff team. What a performance by Tampa Bay from mid-second quarter on. But, the 3-6 matchup, Denver goes to Pittsburgh. interesting. Broncos defense, I mean, you could see where that's a slugfest. That could be a pretty ugly 17-13 game, but the Steelers would probably have to give that game away. And then the 4-5 is pretty interesting. Baltimore go to Houston. On the NFC side, quite frankly, now, does this change things? How Tampa Bay is now playing. Winners of 4 in a row. Favored in their last 3 games. They would now host Green Bay. See, up until yesterday, they were hosting Minnesota in a 4-5 game, and nobody thought that highly of the Bucs.
And Minnesota would have been favored in that game. Would Green Bay be favored at Tampa Bay? I don't think so.
The Vikings would go to LA to play the Rams, who have already beaten them in LA. In fact, I think it's the last time the Vikings lost. And then Washington would play Philly again for now.
David, help me out here. If the Vikings win out, they win the division. That I understand.
Right.
If the Vikings and Philadelphia win out, they both end up with the exact same record. They currently both have 2 conference losses, so their conference records would be identical.
Right.
What's the tiebreaker after that?
That would get into common opponents and record against them and what have you.
Okay.
Now you're talking at least the 4th tiebreaker for who would be the 1 and who would be the 2.
Someone had texted in wanting to know what the Vikings-Eagle tiebreak was, so that breaks down that scenario for you.
Because they didn't play. Obviously, that would have helped. But they didn't play.
Do you realize I heard this morning driving in, with Philadelphia beating Pittsburgh in Philadelphia. Pittsburgh hasn't won in Philadelphia in my lifetime.
What? What?
Yeah.
In your lifetime? You were born in 69.
Right. And Pittsburgh has not won in Philadelphia in my lifetime, if I heard that right this morning.
So you're telling me Noel, Cowher, and Tomlin, none of the 3 of them have won in Philadelphia against the Eagles? No, they don't play every year. In fact, they probably play like once every 4 or 5 years, but wow. That's interesting.
1965, David, was the last time that the Pittsburgh Steelers won in Philadelphia. Isn't that a crazy stat?
Well, the first thing I want to think about is I'd love to know in the 70s how many times did they play in Philadelphia? Because I'd like to think the Steelers in the 70s would have beaten the Eagles in the 70s. I mean, I'd really like to think that. I mean, you know, one team was a dynasty and the other team was a mess.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing they didn't play. But wow, that's a great stat.
Something
Hell, I wasn't even born. That was 2 months before I was born.
So in our lifetimes, David, the Pittsburgh Steelers have not won in Philadelphia. The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right. Done a lot of winning.
Right. We're not talking about the Browns or the Lions. I mean, there's a lot of teams you could put that stat up and you go, oh, okay, that makes perfect sense.
Damn. It's a great stat. Wish I'd known that. Gotta admit.
It was one of your 2 losses, wasn't it?
I was going to say I took the Steelers in 6. Really would have liked to have known that.
It's a better stat for you on Friday than it would have been on Monday morning. That is for certain.
Besides, you know, could have gone the Lyndon Baines Johnson administration. You know how I love to go administrations. Yeah.
So that's my stat of the day for you today.
Being told the Eagles beat them 3 times in the 70s at home? Beat the Steelers? That's nuts. They won 4 Super Bowls in the 70s. Crazy.
I'm with you. I thought that was as wild of a stat as I'd heard. Drove in this morning with that doesn't even seem right. It's amazing what you can get on a 3-minute commute from time to time.
If it's the right 3 minutes, sometimes it's all commercials. Sometimes it's really helpful.
And it's very important to leave it on the right network because you could lose 30, 45 seconds of the drive just by trying to find the right channel.
No doubt. Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. A reminder, David Sampson, Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. We will be doing a show Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Seth Everett filling in with Mark. Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Here on Miller and Moulton. We work on this show.
Because we can't afford to hire anybody to fill in for us.
We can't afford not to. Once again, another slogan for the t-shirt. Miller and Moulton. We work because we can't afford not to. The Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton is next.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Funny, Johnny O. I Googled and got Carmine's pie myself. I think it's too far away to deliver.
Now, Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. So a week from tomorrow and 2 weeks from tomorrow. Johnny Yo, thanks for the research. Not a huge Chicago-style pizza, but I'd be willing to try it. Don't know what Jacksonville's huge though. So
Carmine's and Moon River are both near, like, more downtown, if you will.
Okay, yeah, that's
near Avondale.
Yeah, that's 20, 25 minutes from me. I'll find someplace. No, I said tomorrow, Pat Kerwin and David Sampson are joining us on the show. And then I said on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, we'll be doing shows. And Seth will be filling it. Sorry to confuse you. Did not mean to.
It just doesn't work to tape two shows when it's a Tuesday. We have no real way of being able to get Tuesday and Wednesday shows that are at somewhat topical otherwise. And what the hell would I be doing Christmas Eve from 6 to 10 anyhow?
Of course, the answer could be anything else but this, but
I'm trying to think of a little bit of a theme for Seth and I for Christmas Eve to make life a little easier. And it was your Christmas, or of course, in Seth's case, Hanukkah wish.
Right.
Of what sports wish you would want. In relegation, I'm just trying to think beyond relegation what the other three would be.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
it is the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters in Naples. Just keeping it real. So the Niners did what we said they should do, Mark. They took it personally. That guy got up and quit on them. They didn't just cut him so he'd go play with somebody else. I mean, think about it. Like the Lions wouldn't pick up Devondre Campbell. Yeah, he quit on the Niners, but they need bodies. And the reason he quit, we think, is because he got replaced in the lineup. Well, there ain't nobody to replace them in the Detroit lineup. They need bodies. And the Niners said, yeah, we're not rewarding you for quitting on us. So they're suspending him for the final 3 games of the season, and they're going to make sure he doesn't play any more football this year. And the union may file a complaint and this, that, and the other thing. They're also going to try to get some money back. But, yeah. They're taking this the way Miller and Moulton would have taken this. They're taking this personally. They got a grudge. They're like, yeah, we ain't making this easy on you. Cutting you'd be the easy thing for you. No.
He's a Fort Myers kid too.
Yeah.
Cypress Lake.
Yep. Yep. Bad moment. No doubt about it. Bad moment. I think he can get past it. He's a good player. He's had a good career. I think he can get past it. It'll cost him contractually, not just the money he's going to lose out this year, but when somebody signs him next year, they'll hold it against him in a big way.
Oh yeah,
salary wise. But I mean, he was having a good year. He started the first 13 games, had a bunch of tackles. He's a solid player.
I don't get what goes through a player's head during a game when he says, "I don't want to play." I mean, that David is a head scratcher.
It is, because we've all had days at work where we didn't want to be there, but we all also know that if we walk off the job, what likely is going to befell us.
We just didn't talk to you for a couple of days when you walked off the job.
Well, but see, I have to admit, you guys took that differently. I was serious. I quit. I didn't quit. Okay. But see, I quit on management.
I know.
But you guys took it as I quit on you, which I totally got. I did. I understood that. But I mean, I was done. Okay. You guys thought I was posturing. I wasn't. I cleaned out my desk. I went home. They called me for an entire day. I didn't answer the phone.
The cleaning, it doesn't really matter much anymore because everybody works from home, but that was the sign back in the day.
Right.
When you clean your desk out. My wife had no intention of quitting her job, but she was angry and took all of her personal stuff home. Oh my goodness, did that freak her boss out.
Exactly.
It's the most hands she's ever had in the entire time she's ever worked there. It was great. I was so proud of her. Because that's not like you cleaning your desk out and going home. Come on, David, you're...
I had never done that before.
No, but it wouldn't have... If I would have said, hey, Moulton cleaned out his desk and went home, it wouldn't have been met with a reaction, oh, he's done. They would have been, oh, he's really mad.
Well, true.
He's proven the point today.
Right. Your wife, on the other hand, oh my goodness, right. A very, very nice person. Very ladylike. Okay. Very serious about her job. Okay. Yes. All of a sudden you looked over at her desk and it was cleaned off. Oh yeah. I could see where people were freaking out. Right.
Yeah. That turned the tide for her where she worked. I think that's given her more hand than anything else she ever did. You treat me this way? Okay. You can get a job just like this tomorrow.
I was really mad though. Because it wasn't just people in our building who were calling me. There were people from corporate who were calling me. I was not calling back people who get their phone calls returned. And I was like, blank you.
And none of those calls were from me or our former producer.
Oh, no, you guys were done with me.
No, we were looking for replacements. While management was calling you, we were trying to find replacements for you.
Here's the funny thing. I thought I was done. You two were done with me. Okay. And yet management, Mark, now that I think about it, maybe the only time in my career with that company in which they actually wanted me.
With that company? Was there another company that wanted you when you tried to quit?
Oh, man, I'm trying to think if I've ever been wanted. I don't think so. That might have been it. Those 2 days might have been it. I've been getting paid since the summer of '86. I think it's the only 2 days I was ever wanted. I really do. Oh, man, come to think of it, maybe I should have been nicer. Remember I was shocked when I left local television and they actually gave me the cookie that they give the people they like? I couldn't believe I got the cookie. Like, oh my goodness. I was like Sally Field at the Oscars. They liked me. They really, really liked me. I think it was just, God, can we just get him out of the building? Please give him the cookie, send him on his way.
And you were ahead of the curve with that. You knew what was happening in local
Yeah, I did.
sports.
They
You
said,
saw
why?
the writing on the wall. I mean, you think about what the time that the local sports guy was getting. Now they don't even have sports on local TV in so many markets.
Yep.
You were ahead of the curve on that one.
For as old of a soul as I am, and for as much as I, far more than you, talk about the past, all right, you and I both are actually pretty good looking forward. We do it on this show with topics, okay? And yes, that was the one time in my career in which I'm like, I got to get out of local sports television because there ain't going to be local sports television.
Hell, it barely makes their web pages anymore, let alone getting
Right.
any time on the local newscast. That's why you love where you are in Jacksonville, because
my
they still
goodness.
take local sports very seriously. Obviously, with the Jags, there's a pro team there that they can center everything around, but it doesn't mean they're not doing things on the college teams, on high school, and on the other things.
Well, not to bore our listeners in the 239, but if you could just, give me 15 seconds. The station that we're on in the 904, they just spent all weekend broadcasting numerous high school basketball tournaments live. All right. Now, not on their TV stations, but they put it on their app. I mean, they broadcast the games, video and everything. I mean, their commitment to local and college and regional sports is as good as any station in the country right now. It was why when they said, hey, could we have your morning show? I was like, oh, please take our morning show. You guys are amazing. So Action Sports Jacks in Jacksonville doing an amazing
Another place
job.
you can watch the show.
Yeah. Doing an amazing job. They really do. It's how sports was done 30, 40, 50 years ago. And yet they're still making the commitment, the time, the money.
But they're obviously still recouping it on the other side, or they wouldn't be doing it. I mean, that's the part of this, because it has become so cutthroat in the news business that if it's not making money, and news programs on local stations are the backbone of the money that stations are making. That in the 7 o'clock hour if they have Wheel and Jeopardy. But other than that, the news is where they're making the majority of their cash. So if they're doing this commitment on this station, it means that they're profitable doing this commitment on the station. And that's something that should be said to a lot of other stations around the country.
Well, we've tried to make the argument in talking the national sports scene, and we've said to the local television and radio people that are listening, please pay attention to what we're telling you. I mean, what is the only thing that is being watched on network television? Sports. That's it. That's the only thing that's getting consistent. There's a few shows, but for the most part, the only thing that is garnering a consistent audience, never mind the demographics that it's bringing in, which are highly desirable, is live sports. That's why they can continue to get the rights fees that they get from the networks. I asked Brent Martineau, is one of their two big local sports guys on Action News Jacks. And when I was talking to him, I said, told him I was impressed with what they did and what have you. And I said, financially, he goes, oh, we bring in like 40% of the revenue to this company. We're like, next to weather, we're the most. He said sports is viewed more importantly than news. That's how much revenue sports generates in their company. All right. And that's what you were in local sports for a long time. You knew the money that your hockey team generated. You knew you didn't have trouble selling radio and TV ads whenever you were doing live play-by-play. We've made the argument for local sports. While in Southwest Florida specifically, where we both were at the same time for nearly a quarter century, the market had only gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And yet the commitment to sports only got smaller and smaller and smaller. And it literally made no sense. There's more people in the market than ever before. Just naturally, therefore, there are more sports fans than ever before. And yet you're doing less and less of it. Also, over the years, there were more schools. When you and I first got to Southwest Florida, there were 8 high schools? 10? Okay. Then in the early 2000s, because of, what was on the ballot, and, it had to have a certain number of kids. And so all of a sudden we had an explosion of schools. Well, when you double the number of high schools, well, Okay, now you got more to cover. So why are we covering less?
But there's a huge financial commitment to have a sports department adequately staffed to cover that.
I think it was laziness. I got to
And
be
there's
honest.
that too.
Well, that could, you know what? It's consultants. This is where national consultants killed local sports. They came in and said, only people interested in sports watch ESPN. You don't have to do sports anymore. And those that do sports make a fortune. But most everybody said, oh, okay, I'll cut my sports departments. That's easy.
And they all have. And it's not just here in Southwest Florida where I am. It's pretty much everywhere. It's why Jacksonville is such a unique market of what they've done and been able to continue to do, not only growing sports locally, obviously. I do think they have an advantage having the Jags. I do think having an anchor team gives them a huge advantage of how they cover sports.
Agreed. Having an NFL team helps. It's a year-round topic. You know, you and I joke about what we talk about on a slow Tuesday in June. If you have an NFL team, it's like being in New York. You can always talk about who's playing second for the Yankees.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hockey ratings are way down too, only my first day. Hockey and NBA are way down this fall. Football's up, college football's up, pro football's up. Hockey and basketball are way down.
Listen, I don't want to say NBA ratings are bad. Cowherd did a segment last week about how bad the NBA ratings are and what they need to do. Cowherd, who is totally sold out on the NBA. But Cowherd's big into numbers. He talks NBA because he's big in LA, and LA loves the NBA. And obviously the Lakers, but they love the NBA in LA. And Cowherd views LA as his number one affiliate. So it's why he talks USC. It's why he talks LA and the NBA. But when he did a segment last week about how much the NBA is struggling and what they need to do to improve their product, I was like, whoa. I think it's two different reasons. I don't know about Mark, and I don't know if it's worth a segment, so we may just do it here. I think with the NBA, it's the product. I think people hate the product. I think in the NHL, it's just getting swallowed up by football. And the season's so long that people are like, I'm not ready.
And I think it hurts the NHL that the Rangers aren't playing well this year, that the Chicago Blackhawks suck, that the Penguins have dropped off, and they've been a team that we've watched for a generation now. The Florida Panthers are a really good team. No one's interested.
Right.
The Winnipeg Jets got off to a great start. That does not do much here.
Right.
Connor McDavid got off to a bad start. Outside of Colorado, I don't know if anybody knows who Nathan McKinnon is. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Canada Relief, we loved Steph, but do we want 4 other people on the court shooting it like Steph and not
If
as
they
well?
could shoot it like Steph.
Right.
They could use a foot on each side of the court too. They won't because it would take away front row seats, but that's a sport where the court could get a little bigger.
Yeah, they could. We would lose the short corner 3, which obviously they don't want to lose. See, here's the thing, Pius. We could make the argument, does it matter? They got their TV deal, which hasn't started yet. It's an 11-year TV deal. They're going to get $7 billion annually for 11 years, beginning next year. Does it even matter what the product is?
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Diamond District bonus hour, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Listen, I know technically I'm quote unquote part of it. I hate the Monday night doubleheaders. I mean, I get it. Disney went to the NFL a few years ago and said, we want more product. And the NFL said, we only got so many Mondays. And Disney said, we'll pay you for it. And the NFL said, well, we'll get back to you. And they came back and they said, hey, how about 4 doubleheaders a year? Great. So that's what we got. I don't know about you as a viewer, even though I'm working, but you know what I mean. I don't like it.
I hate Monday night doubleheaders. Despise them. I get why they do them, because they're going to get an audience on both channels that's bigger than, and they already get their audience on Sunday in whatever markets they're in.
But more people will see the Falcons and Raiders as the second game of the doubleheader tonight than they would have if the game was just shown to 13% of the country at 1 o'clock on a Sunday or even 4:25 on a Sunday. And that's another reason why the NFL can justify doing it this way. And while Fox and CBS aren't crazy about losing the inventory, for the most part, they're not losing great games. They're losing games. But for
And
ESPN,
we got a couple of games tonight, actually.
right. And because the Bears, quite frankly, let us down. When the Bears were 4-2, you're thinking, wow, this Bears-Vikings game. I mean, it's amazing they haven't won since the Hail Mary, isn't it?
It truly is, but we did suggest to you that this might be coming.
Well, Pat Kerwin did. He said, I've been a part of this before. We didn't win again. But when it happened to him, it happened the 12th week of a 16-week season. This happened week 7 of a 17-game season.
And think of all the ways that the Bears have figured out to lose since then.
I mean, it's not quite the same way the Chiefs have figured out how to win, but it's close.
It really is, David. So much so that it's gotten a coach fired in this run. And you can say whether or not Eberflus should have been fired before this, like at the end of last season. But neither here nor there. They have found ways to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Right. You do have USC first-round picks at quarterback going against one another here. Should Bears fans be consoled by that? I mean, because let's face it, we don't have any patience anymore. So some Bears fans are already coming to the conclusion that Caleb's not going to be good enough, and, this is Mitchell Trubisky 2.0. Well, I mean, Sam Darnold was the last USC quarterback taken in the first round. Now, and granted, it's Sam Darnold year 7, when all of a sudden he's looking like the guy who was drafted 3rd overall, and some people thought he should have gone 1st. In fact, how about that quarterback draft now? How's that draft looking? Baker Mayfield 1, Sam Darnold 3. Wasn't it also Josh Allen 7?
Is that the same year?
Or am I off a year?
I think you're off a year.
I might be off a year.
You're off a year.
Okay.
But Lamar was 32 that year.
I thought that was the same year Josh went 7.
Okay, then.
But I could be off a year. Wouldn't be the first time. But just the top 2. Baker went 1. That was a surprise pick. And now, that's turning out to be the best contract in the NFL. I mean, they're getting him for $33 to $35 million a year. With what they're paying quarterbacks? Oh, by the way, no, same draft. Baker 1, Darnold 3, Josh Allen 7, Josh Rosen 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Lamar 32. 4 out of 5, though.
It's pretty damn good, David.
Took a while. 3.5 out of 5?
Yes.
Is Baker a yes and Sam still a half?
I would agree with that wholeheartedly, David.
Okay.
Hey, I don't know if you saw this, and I was going to jump you right at the beginning of the segment, but what's my favorite bowl game? It's the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Right.
Did you see the new trophy for the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
I heard about it.
The new Pop-Tarts Bowl trophy is a fully functional toaster trophy.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Pop-Tarts partnered with GE Appliances to build a one-of-a-kind toaster trophy. It's about 1.3 times the size of a normal football, and it can toast full-size Pop-Tarts.
So when you're presenting the trophy, do you put a couple Pop-Tarts in, and while the winning coach is doing the interview with the reporter, do the Pop-Tarts then pop out fully cooked?
And you have to have, there's logistics involved. You got to get an extension cord out to plug this sucker in, unless it's a battery operated toaster trophy, which it could be, David. I don't know.
Well, we could do it near the sidelines. I mean, we don't have to have it this way. We could do it in an end zone. There'll be a plug and an outlet close enough. We could run a wire. Right. But I say, if I'm the Pop-Tarts, we're putting here, you hand them the trophy and then hold on a second, coach, and you put the Pop-Tarts in it and you put it down and then you start the interview. And then before the interview is done, the Pop-Tarts pop out.
Duke's Mayo or Pop-Tarts? Who's gotten more marketing mileage out of their bowl game?
There's no way anyone's gotten more mileage out of Pop-Tarts. No way.
I mean, they do bathe people in Duke's Mayo.
I understand.
I think most people hadn't heard of Duke's Mayo before the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Hellman's is your go-to mayo. Duke's has made inroads into the mayo business based on their bowl game sponsorship. There's not really a rival to a Pop-Tart. There's a toaster strudel, which is good, and some people would say is better than the Pop-Tart, but it's not going to outrank Pop-Tarts in a popularity contest.
No, but what the Pop-Tarts Bowl has gotten you doing is talking and saying Pop-Tarts year-round. Most of us have gone away from Pop-Tarts, and I think what this bowl does, it gets us going, you know what would be good, which I haven't done in a while? How about some Pop-Tarts? How about a 12-pack of the brown sugar cinnamon?
Totally with you, though. While the coach's interview is going on, right when it finishes, hey, coach, the interview is over as they pop. Grab your Pop-Tart, grab your frosted strawberry. I'll grab my frosted brown sugar cinnamon. We'll toast Pop-Tarts and call it a day.
2 plates. Okay, you got your Pop-Tarts on each, and you hand one to the coach and you hand one to the reporter. Here you go, by the way, guys. Job well done.
Pop-Tarts trophies, a toaster. That's genius.
Here's another reason why I would want the Pop-Tarts. I don't care if they bombard me with Pop-Tarts after the win. I don't know that I want to be bathed in Duke's mayonnaise after the win. I don't know. I saw the Army-Navy. As thrilled as the Navy coach was to get his first win over Army, he was not thrilled with that Gatorade bath in 28 degrees. He was pretending to all the guys, yeah, that was fun. He's like, son of a gun, this is cold.
No, I don't know how many showers you'd have to take to get all the mayo out from the different parts of your body.
Right.
And I'm not even being dirty or cynical. I'm just talking about you get mayo over your head. You're going to have mayo in, how many Q-tips do you need to get the Duke's Mayo off of your ears?
Aren't you just sitting at your desk 2 days later? You go scratch behind your ear. You're like, son of a gun. Yep, there we go. Yeah. Meanwhile, I could be underneath a pile of Pop-Tarts
for days.
Yes. Eat my way out.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, Nell Skyer, I believe they do. By the way, the Tennessee quarterback, we talking about Will Levis? That's an obscure reference, Canada Relief, but it's funny about the drones. Hmm.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour, 16 till we're done yapping. We got Pat Kerwin and David Sampson on the show tomorrow here on Miller and Moulton. I got some Monday Night Football nuggets coming up, but first, Mark's got to do what Mark's got to do.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
I do like nuggets, and I'm looking forward to them. We start in 1773, the Tea Party. The Sons of Liberty protesters throw tea shipments into the Boston Harbor as a protest against the British-imposed Tea Act. Today in 1945, the NFL championship was played in Cleveland Stadium when the Cleveland Rams beat the Washington Redskins. It was the last game before the Rams moved west to L.A. 1966, the Jimi Hendrix Experience released their first single, Hey Joe. Today in 72, the Dolphins become the first undefeated NFL team at 14-0. OJ, first back to get to 2,000 yards today in 73. Roger Staubach's last game was today in 79 as the Dallas quarterback throws for 3 touchdowns and 336 yards with the Cowboys as they win against Washington at Texas Stadium.
It was dramatic. The NFC East title was on the line that day, and they were trailing by 13 late, and Staubach threw 2 touchdowns. Vince Ferragamo and the Rams beat him in the playoffs, and little did we know that would be the end of Roger the Dodger.
Today in 85, John Gotti assumes leadership of the Gambino crime family after ordering a couple of hits.
I was going to say. New York Post, by the way, part of the reason why Miller and Moulton loved the New York Post, I think it was Paul Castellano was the guy that Gotti had to kill to assume, the number 1 spot. He got killed right out in front of a steakhouse. All right. They pulled the car up. He goes to get in the steakhouse. As he's getting in the car, they kill him. So he's lying there, dead. Yeah, the Post put that picture on the front page.
Of course they did.
Well, there are quite a few papers that wouldn't put a mob hit on the front page.
Today in 93, Shannon Doherty, Brenda, fired from Beverly Hills 90120.
Big mistake.
Yeah, it really was. She was a diva wide receiver, though, David.
Exactly. So imagine how big of a fan do you think I was?
For reference, and a show that we reference often, David, and probably shouldn't do so anymore, today in 2010, the final episode of Larry King Live airs on CNN.
Why shouldn't we reference it? Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Hello.
Jameis Winston won his Heisman today in 2013. Beethoven and Tom Brookshire would have celebrated birthdays today. Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top is 75. What did I miss, David?
I don't think you missed anything, to be honest with you. I mean, all the stuff I had, you had. I mean, the Tea Party was big. That's big.
That is big.
That's going back to our, roots right there. I mean, we're not even us yet. I mean, that got us all worked up into a frenzy. I mean, that's cleaning out your desk and going home, to pick up the conversation we had earlier. I mean, that's not just taking pictures of your family off the top of your desk. That's coming in and trashing the joint the next day. That's how unhappy we are with the working conditions here.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Detroit, where Chuck Hildebrand visited the public library in Warren, Michigan, He had a book that he borrowed in 1974 as a 13-year-old baseball nut. The book was titled Baseball's Zaniest Stars. He never returned it. And the Detroit library, where he tried to return the very overdue book, said, "You can keep it. There's no fine."
Oh, they let him keep it?
Let him keep the book. Had the book for 50 years. And the Detroit library says, it's yours. Once you buy a prize, it's yours to keep. For the bad, we go to Wyoming, where police in Wyoming are reminding residents to decorate their homes for Christmas instead of their vehicles after a driver was pulled over with their car illuminated by festive lights. The Ford Mustang was pulled over by a trooper who noticed the entire vehicle was decked out in colorful lights for the holidays. It's illegal, apparently, to have your car all lit up that way. No word on whether or not they gave the driver a ticket. Finally, the ugly. We come back to Lee County, where a man's been arrested twice in 10 days for driving without a license. Brian Gomez Chavez was arrested for speeding while driving a Nissan Altima. The vehicle was registered to the passenger. His license had been revoked in July, and he was a habitual traffic offender before being arrested. And then on 5 days later, deputies conducted a traffic stop on the same black Nissan Altima who failed to make a stop at an intersection. It was the same too. So she was arrested with him for allowing an unauthorized operator to drive. What can't you fix, David?
Oh, stupid, Mark.
And that applies. And that is today's Good, Bad, and Ugly on Monday, December 16th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, still offering that $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. capecops.com for all your information.
If you're into hockey, there's actually 3 pretty good games tonight. 8:30 tonight, NHL Network, besides maybe Valley's Regional. Panthers in Edmonton. Panthers have been shut out in their last 2 games out west. I think Calgary and Vancouver both.
Not your Valley's Regional for Panthers anymore. They're not on the
Oh,
Valley.
that's right. In fact, they're on a local channel, right?
They're on the local Fox. You've got to have an HD antenna to get it,
right,
or a Comcast or whatever. I got to pull the HD antenna out to get them.
So 8:30 tonight, NHL Network or locally on the HD. Caps in Dallas to face the Stars, and Colorado and Vancouver to face the Canucks. That's actually 6 good teams in action tonight. There's 6 games in the association. Heat are in Detroit to face the Pistons. Don't look now. Miami's 13-10 on the season. They figured a few things out while putting Jimmy Butler on the trade block. And not much going on in college hoop tonight. No games of note, which you'd figure around this time of year. The college bowl season begins in earnest tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about missing a bowl game tonight. Obviously, you have the 2 NFL games tonight. 8 o'clock, ABC, Bears and Vikings. 8:30, ESPN, Falcons and Raiders. During the course of this show, Mark, the line, at least on ESPN Bet, has gone from 5.5 to 6 in the Atlanta-Las Vegas game. So the Vikings, a 7-point home favorite. The Falcons, a 6-point road favorite. Road favorites are 5-1 straight up and against the number so far this week in the NFL.
You claim to have nuggets on tonight's game, and we love a nugget or two, David.
I do. So, all right. Caleb Williams. The numbers aren't good. Completion percentage, 29th. Yards per attempt, 30th. TD to interception ratio is actually top 10. So he's not turning it over. Only 5 interceptions, only 8 turnovers. Hey, if you're a Bears fan or you're just rooting for a young quarterback, that's a good stat to have. First year in the league, you're struggling, but you're not turning it over. Okay, I can work off that. His total QBR, if you're into that, is 27th. So he's clearly a bottom rung starting quarterback in the league right now, this rookie. He's been sacked 56 times, an average of 4 a game. He's on
That's
pace.
remarkable right there. 4 sacks a game. Wow.
He's on pace to challenge the all-time David Carr as a rookie record of being sacked 76 times. However, who's to blame? Caleb Williams. Mark, you know how they talk about in Tua, especially, when does Tua get rid of the ball? Within 2.5 seconds. Boom, 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 boom. The average sack, Caleb Williams has held onto the ball for just under 5 seconds.
So he's not figuring it out quickly at all and holds the ball far too long.
And in fact, Bears offensive line, their pass block win rate, take it for what it's worth, middle of the pack, 14th in the league. The Bears sustain nearly 2/3 of their pass blocks for over 2.5 seconds.
So they're doing their job. He's not doing his at this point, is what you're telling me.
So just making the case here, they've lost a bunch of close games. They're going to get a new coach. But how far away are they really? I mean, if somebody, and that's why all the talk, if the Bears could get a hold of Ben Johnson, the Lions offense coordinator, but if they can get a hold of a good quarterbacks coach, offensive coordinator, what have you, look at the potential here. The rest of the team is not failing him. We can debate how good they are, but they're not failing him. He's holding on to the ball. He's trying to do what he did in college. Won him a Heisman one year, got him in a whole bunch of trouble the next. So just some numbers there on Caleb Williams and the Bears. And remember, his best game of the year was against the Vikings 5 weeks ago. 320 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. Yet at the same time, what got him in trouble? Took a sack in the overtime on their only possession, as it turned out. So
interesting, because the Vikes like to blitz a lot.
Yep.
So you would think he would have less time. And the fact that he played well against them before maybe means he got the ball out a little more quickly against the Vikings than he normally does.
Well, remember, when did he excel? End of the game, 2-minute drill, had to just take it in the shotgun and chuck it. Couldn't really think. Just had to boom, boom, boom. And it worked. But it does give you a little window into, hey, you know what? I could work with this. And their personnel is better than their record.
Particularly on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, their defense has played fine, but that offense has players on it.
And what are they, 4-9? They've lost 7 in a row?
Mm-hmm.
So think about how they've lost to Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit, Washington. These are all playoff teams. They all lost in the final 30 seconds of all 4 of those games with a rookie quarterback who's clearly holding on to the ball too long. This is a job you want. I'm telling you. If somehow, some way you can get Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles out of the way, this is a job you want. I can win next year in Chicago.
And I think it's Kevin Warren out of the way more than Ryan Poles.
Yeah, I think he's been neutered now.
Yeah, he has. But he's put together a decent roster.
Yeah, a decent roster. Has gotten everything right, but you can win with this roster. I mean, I'll make the argument right now. I think Chicago's roster is better than Washington's.
Problem is, it's still the fourth best roster in the division.
Yeah. But
it's a lot closer than it's a lot closer to 3 than it is if you're a lot closer to 2 than 2 is in other divisions to 4, if you know what I mean.
But I could argue it's a playoff roster or damn close.
For the record, Miller and Moulton picking Atlanta and Minnesota tonight outright. Did that on Friday.
And the play, by the way, based on how this week has gone, the play is to lay the points with the Falcons. Road favorites are in the money. Miller and Moulton. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin tomorrow. Have a great overreaction Monday, Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For 22 years, Jason and Todd at the Diamond District have been making Christmas merry and bright, and this year is no exception. Discover the best values on diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets at 23% off, and more deals on diamond fashion jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, and exotic gemstone jewelry, along with estate jewelry. Jason and Todd will take up to 50% off. Santa's GPS points to one jewelry store, the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.